Ladies and gentlemen, please ensure your mobile phones are switched off or set to silent mode while in the conference hall. The presentations over the next 3 days will be followed by a brief question and answer session. Should you have a question for the speaker, please raise your hand to request for a microphone and we will be happy to pass the floor to you. Please also note that translation services are available in Arabic and Russian through the headsets provided. Thank you for your kind cooperation and attention. Ladies and gentlemen, please take your seats as we're about to commence the AFC Member Associations and Regional Associations Presidents and General Secretaries Conference 2024. Ladies and gentlemen, please take your seats as we're about to commence the AFC Member Associations and Regional Associations Presidents and General.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Please take your seats as we will start shortly. Ladies and gentlemen, please take your seats and we will start shortly. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, we are starting day 2 of our conference soon, so please take your seats. Thank you very much. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. First of all, on behalf of the AFC, Happy Diwali to all those celebrating. Welcome back to the second day of the AFC Member Associations and Regional Associations Presidents and General Secretaries Conference 2024. I hope you had a restful evening after a day filled with very, very insightful discussions. To briefly recap, yesterday we discussed some truly engaging topics, starting with AFC strategic reforms, which laid the groundwork for future growth. We also explored the power of football in driving positive social change, discussed high-performance leadership, and heard about how football organizations are navigating this fast-changing world. The presentations were filled with valuable knowledge that I'm sure inspired many of you as leaders in football. Today promises to be as enriching as we continue our journey towards building and leading great organizations. We have a fantastic lineup of speakers ahead, so let's get started. Without further ado, let's start with our first speaker of the day, and I'm pleased to introduce Mr. Frederick Guillemot, the Chief Operating Officer of the Oceania Football Confederation. Frederick is a transformational leader with over 20 years of experience in building high-performing sports organizations, particularly in football. His leadership has been instrumental in driving sustainable change, optimizing processes, and enhancing stakeholder engagement across the OFC. He is deeply committed to leadership development, having introduced innovative programs that have improved operational efficiency and fostered talent across the football landscape. Today, Frederick will be sharing his insights on building and leading high-performance organizations through change, the OFC story. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Frederick to the stage. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone, dear friends. I hope you had a good night last night. And starting my presentation, I would like to thank IFC for giving us this huge honor and pleasure to present you the OFC journey toward high performance. So I'm not going to tell you only what went right. I will also present you and discuss with you what did we do wrong in our journey to high performance. And why did we do it? How did we do it? But before starting this, I would like to present you who we are as a confederation. So we are a small confederation with only 11 ordinary members and 2 associate members. Yeah. Okay. So the particularity of our confederation is that we have only 20 million inhabitants in our confederation, compared to some of your countries is micro. Compare some, there's 10 million in Seoul. So imagine, we're only twice the size of Seoul. But the particularity of our confederation is that we have a vast territory. From east to west, more than 7,000 kilometers. From east to west, it takes us 2 days to travel. We don't have direct route to travel. And like yesterday, Datuk Paul Windsor, your General Secretary of IFC, has mentioned, we have to be agile to make sure that we can face the challenges and the changes we're facing. And I can tell you a little story this year. This year already we had tropical storms that stopped our competition. We had an airline that collapsed 2 weeks before having a top senior tournament in one of our countries. We had civil unrest in some of our countries. So change in our region and capacity to adapt to change is a must. This is our organizational structure, and you will see it's pretty lean. We will discuss about our governance and our governance structure, but we this structure was the result of our transformation. A particularity is that we went from a structure where everyone was reporting to the General Secretary to a structure where we built a senior leadership team. A big change. Why was it a big change? Because when everyone reported to the General Secretary was isolated in his decision-making. He had to decide everything on, and everything we were doing, from the color of the letterhead, resolving issues with competition. So the function of General Secretary was very isolated. This structure, we also looked at what the corporate world is doing. You will see it's pretty lean. We are a small organization. We have only 60 team members. So compared to some of your organizations, we are babies. But this was also our strength to change. We started that transformation out of a crisis. In 2018, we went into a deep, deep crisis. We were given the yellow card and a clear message. Guys, if you don't transform, you will have a red card and you will be out of the pitch. So we embarked into a transformation process that had 3 different levels. First, our governance reform. And we started that in 2018, straight after the crisis. Second, 2019 and 2020, we put everything in place to become a professional organization. And third, 22-24, we focus on high performance culture. And in between, you can see from 2020 to 2022, we were locked down in our own countries because in our region, we were prohibited from traveling for nearly 2 years. I could go out of New Zealand, where the HQ is. I could never come back. I was not allowed to come back to the country. And we had many countries that totally locked. No one in, no one out for 2 years. But despite the dramatic situation of the pandemic, this was also a game changer for us to think, how can we improve and how can we transform? I will walk you through the journey that we took. Not with the idea to say, do like what we did, but maybe we share with you how we did it, what did we do super well, and what we did not super well. We have one particularity in OFC. And I was just discussing with one of the delegates, and it's funny because he told us it was similar in his federation. We dare to dream. We are small. Some of your federations are way bigger than us. We dare to dream. And we make our dreams a reality. Why? Because we want our players, our referees, our coaches, we want our communities to do very, very well. We want to compete at world stage. But to do that, we have to make sure that we are driven to make our dream a reality, and we are driven to succeed. I will walk with you these 3 different steps. First, and this was a game changer. I don't know if there's any Arsenal fan here, but this was like Olivier Giroud on a good day at Arsenal. It was a game changer. We've had this first phase, we could not have transformed. Don't forget, we came out of a deep crisis. You will hear 3 words that I will repeat constantly in this presentation. Trust, clarity, and momentum. Drive to change. And these 3 words will come constantly in what I'm going to present to you. Because we identified that if we wanted to become a high-performing organization, we need to have trust internally and externally. We need to be clear about what we wanted to do, how we wanted to do it, and we needed to drive the motivation of our teams to succeed. This first step about the governance review was led by our executive committee. The risk for us, if we had not changed our governance structure, was to have a second yellow card and be out of the pitch. It was that critical. So our executive committee were very clear. We are doing it because we want to compete. We want to provide the best football development and high performance to our region. So what did we do? Or what did our executive committee did? They created a reform committee. In a similar, AFC General Secretary mentioned governance we need to reform. We started that first step. Our executive committee created a reform committee and gave them a mandate, a very simple mandate. One, please analyze the governance risk. Why are we in such crisis? Two, look at the best practice in football, but don't limit yourself to football. Go to the corporate world, look at the model of these big companies that are successful, and analyze the governance structure. Three, make proposals. Give us some proposal about reforming our governance. And this reform committee did. The reform committee was composed of football experts, but also corporate governance experts. It was already a good change for us. So what did we do? And I will walk you through 3 key principles that we looked at. The first one, separation of power, which was the scary one. Because when we talk about separation of power, everyone is like, what's going to happen? The second big principle we had was accountability and control, because you cannot introduce separation of power if there's no accountability and control. The third one was independence and eligibility, but the key result from this reform it was trust. Trust and credibility. Trust from our stakeholders, trust from our staff, because our staff understood that the top of our organization were creating the change. We had as a result, clear regulatory framework, statute, but not only statute, our codes, code of ethics, disciplinary, but also our governance regulation were very clear. We had also clear decision-making. Everyone knew who has to make decision when. Clear role and responsibility. And the impact, it limited the interference. So I will not presume that some federation are in this situation, but sometime prior to the crisis, we had committees members that were going straight to our staff and say, do this, do that. It created a confusion at best. And the key result, transparency. The transparency in our governance structure actually reinforced this trust. I will walk you through these 3 key principles we did. Separation of power. This one was a scary one. Because when you talk about separation of power, people feel a little threatened already. So separation of power, in our changing our governance, the executive committee went wide and deep. And on this one was just to redial a little what responsibility we had. And I will show you only 2 examples of this separation of power that we did. First, our executive committee clearly identified that they needed to focus on the big picture, on transforming football in our region. So the governance, strategy, integrity within our confederation, development, performance monitoring of the General Secretariat, competition format, every aspect that had a deep, deep impact on where we were going. And on the other side, the General Secretariat role was, you need to put everything in place. That's your role. You need to perform. And you are accountable to do it. So about operational management, planning, but also compliance and reporting. This was a very, very important step because it cleared and it clarified everything in our organization. The next big principle that goes with separation of power, you can't have one without the other, was accountability and control. Yes, you have more freedom to do your job, but we're monitoring how you're doing your job. And we introduced judicial bodies, Audit and Risk Committee, LGB Committee, and one particularity is that all our judicial bodies are composed of independent members. All. They are all elected by a Congress. We introduced also an Audit and Risk Committee that is monitoring the compliance of the General Secretariat. Are we doing what we are supposed to do? And they report directly to our Executive Committee. Once again, this created trust internally. The next principle that was very strong is independence and eligibility. We define independence and eligibility criteria. All our independent judicial body had to meet this criteria. All our eligibility committee members are independent and they have to meet this criteria. Audit and risk, what a miss. We need to have the expert from the members plus independent members. But these eligibility criteria and independence criteria are across the board. What was the impact of that? No longer people were pointing the finger at us, said, you're making decisions in conflict of interest. Because you know that when people want to discredit your organization, they first say that you don't manage your money well, second, that you're conflicted. This totally changed the game. But we didn't stop only that. We went into a second phase of transformation. And this was quite deep. And we did some very good things, but we messed up a little on this one as well. And we have learned from the mistake we have made. So I would like to take you on this journey of our second step of transformation. So we worked, basically what we did is that our executive committee had a clear direction for the organization. You have to transform from an amateur organization to a professionally run confederation. No negotiation. It was clear. If we want to not have a second yellow card and be excluded from the pitch, guys, the General Secretariat, make sure that you put everything in place to run as a professional organization. And we did, or we thought we did. And here I will be a little candid about it. So what did we do? You can see that we made massive changes in our financial management, in our operational management, legal and compliance. We introduced human resources. We make key decisions and key changes in communication and commercial. For example, like I mentioned, we are dreamers. In our region, when you have competition, you depend on the national broadcaster. But some of the national broadcasters don't have the capacity. So you could not see our games when we had competition. So if you were following Vanuatu, you could not. So we made the key decision to say, sorry, now all our games will be live streamed. All our games. People were smiling. They said, but you can't do it. In your region, internet is poor. You can't do it. You don't have the facilities. But we did it. We transformed. And now all our games are on live stream. And for a population of 20 million, this year we have already reached more than 2 million views in our live stream. When we started, we had 5 views. So it shows that we dare to dream. But what did we do to become a professional organization? First, we looked at what's the best football organization, but also what are the best corporate companies. And we looked at the tech companies. What did they do well? We changed our policies, we changed our structure, we changed our operational procedures, we changed also all our digital tools. We became very efficient. We became very efficient about how we manage our money, how we manage our operation, how we manage our staff, how we manage our projects, and we were ready to change. And change was no longer a problem for us. And we had the support of our team, because our team members had experienced the crisis. We were professional. what we did totally wrong. And I will be very honest with you. We imposed the changes. We went very directive in our leadership. No negotiation. We had to do it. But it was a top-down approach. In hindsight, that was the wrong way to do it. Why is that? Because it disengaged with our staff. We didn't engage much with our staff to see how they think we should do it. It was just from one day to the other, this is the direction we're taking, do it. It was a very stressful time because we changed. You can see all the area we changed. It was very stressful. Our staff were extremely stressed. And you had started to have conflicts between the marketing department and the legal department, between the football division and the operational division. We had a high turnover of staff. They were stressed. They felt that they didn't have the competencies to actually embark with us in this forced transformation. So they left. In 1 year, we had the entire finance team that said, guys, goodbye. Entire finance team. But we started to have resistance. That's not football. If every time I heard this phrase, that's not football, I receive a $50 bill, I think I will be on a South Pacific beach drinking cocktails all day long. And that was the key thing. Yes, we follow you, but that's not football. We are football people. Our job is on the pitch. And we were trying to convey the message, yes, we are football people. I'm a football person. But we had to transform and become professional. We didn't focus on the culture. We focused about creating a beautiful stadium, creating the best pitch, having the best referee, the best broadcast, but we didn't focus about the team culture of our starting 11. So we started to have conflicts. It's like if Olivier Giroud didn't trust the team and didn't want to score. And that's what we changed. Learning from this experience, we changed. We went into the third phase of transformation. And it's actually the most exciting one. We went into creating a high-performance culture. How did we do that? First, to be honest with you, the leadership team, the 3 senior leaders, we had to have a big review of who we are as a leader. That's the first thing we did. Are we well-equipped? Are we good leaders to lead this? We self-reflected quite a lot. And we took the decision that as leaders, we need to retrain, we need to go to see what innovative companies are doing to be the best leaders that we could be for our team. So what does it mean? I'll give you an example. We all retrained and went to follow courses at Oxford University about executive leadership. It was really challenging because we were thinking we were very good at what we were doing. Me personally, I was asked to retrain as an executive coach. I'm a certified coach now. And why is that? It's because I needed to change the approach I had to leadership. What do you think it happened when our team members realized, wow, our senior leaders are actually looking at themselves, how they perform, they take in consideration what we say, they retrain, and they have a constant appetite to be the best. What do you think happened? It became normal for the rest of the organization. All our management team, all our team members understood, wow, so if our senior leaders can be humble to think we need to change, we need to be better at leadership, we need to understand better leadership, wow, they actually care for us. And the big change is that the other game changer was value-driven management. We worked very deeply with our board, very deeply with our members, very deeply with our staff to identify our values. But not, I'm sure you all done it. You all have strategic plan with best values. We've done it. So many strategies that are left in the drawer of my office had beautiful value on paper. But what we did here, we make sure that our values drive the way we behave in our organization. Value-driven management. What does it mean? We use this value to see if we're doing a good job. We use this value to hire people. Culture fit now in our organization is paramount. You can be the best expert. If you don't fit in the culture that we want to create, we won't hire you. It's happened. It's happened that we are best expert, but they will be toxic in our environment. What are our values? Excellence. We commit to excel. What does it mean? That everyone in our organization, from the receptionist to the CEO, we have a commitment to excel. It's very deep. And if we don't have this commitment, everyone in our organization, every team members under my leadership can tell me, Fred, you're not living the value. That's not right. Passion about our purpose, our football. That's the drive. Our culture and committee, Oceania, the region, is very deep in culture. Integrity. And integrity, I will tell you just one thing. Just do the right thing. So I have an example. Yesterday morning, before this conference, I discussed with my head of finance. There is a decision to be made. The decision is incorrect. The decision that has been made is incorrect. He comes to me and he says, Fred, the decision is incorrect. I say, okay, explain to me why. Because we're not doing the right thing there. And why was it very important for him to tell me? Because when you start to create value-driven management, you create what we call psychological safety. It means people feel comfortable with you to actually tell you, no, you're wrong. 10 years ago, if you were telling the leaders, you're wrong, you were fired. Or, before I joined back, one of our staff received a chair on his head because what he said was like, no, you can't do it. It's not right. This integrity value is very strong. Empowerment. So you will see a lot of organizations that tell you empowerment, it's a value empowerment. But how do they do it? And for us, it's clear. Empowerment is enabling our team members to make the right decision, to control how they make the decision, and also to feel confident about their capacity to do it. As simple as that. This is empowerment for us. And how do we show empowerment? And this I will refer to Jackie's presentation yesterday. She mentioned in one of our organizations, the radical candor was fierce. We have used radical candor. What is radical candor? In a nutshell, is a deep care for your team members, for their professional development, for their success, but on the other hand, a very strong transparency about feedback. So I will give you an example. I'm doing a training at the moment with a management institute in Switzerland. Part of the training, I had to ask every team members, so I've got 35 team members, and give them a questionnaire and to ask, they fill the questionnaire to identify which area of leadership I'm strong at, which area of leadership I'm weak, at best weak, but we could say something else, okay? They did it. They didn't fear anything. What did he do? It's a clear measure of empowerment. If your team members do not fear to voice their concern, do not fear to tell you how you perform as a leader, that's empowerment. What was the benefits for me? Unfiltered feedback on where I had to improve. And I can tell you I had some areas that I needed to improve. Being a Frenchman, I don't know if you remember Jackie's presentation, on the culture, we are confrontational. Everything is conflict with us. We create drama where there's no drama, okay? So they told us, Fred, you're too strong in your thinking. Okay, how can I change it? And I asked my leaders, I asked my direct report, can we work on that together? That's empowerment. Concrete empowerment. Without that, we could not do it. Diversity. Diversity is very strong. First, we have a very strong diverse culture in Oceania. Very, very strong. But it was more about treating everyone fairly. Making people to be able to feel comfortable bringing their own perspective in what we were doing. Very, very strong. This was a game changer. It allowed us to reinforce trust. Our team members understand that we care about them. They understand that they are safe about voicing their concern. There is no personal agenda. I will give you again another example. Being a Frenchman, I'm very, very strong-minded. Some people will even say stubborn. I am stubborn. And one day, I was dealing with a crisis. A team, so it made me smile yesterday when AFC General Secretary talked about the changes. A team missed the plane. They could not arrive to a tournament. We had to resolve the situation. And one of my team members arrived with another problem. And in my head, I was not right. And I started to be very short with the team member. She felt deeply, deeply embarrassed. What do you think happened? I received a call from my general secretary. Hey, Fred, yes, what's happened? I'm Mongol. What's happened, Fred? Oh, no, I was too busy, I was stressed, and that's not... No, Fred. Think about the impact you had, and think about your behavior. You were not aligned with our values. Okay, let me think about it. I contacted the staff member, and I said, do you want to talk about it? She said yes. So we talked about it, and I said, I'm sorry, how did you perceive the situation? What impact it had on you? And she said, Fred, I felt so embarrassed. I felt so, yeah, it was not good on me. Like, okay, so what can I do differently? And she told me, she said, please, when this happened, don't react like that. Take the time to think. 3 years ago now, it's happened. The working relationship with this staff member, with this head of department, is the best relationship I have, because I showed her that she was empowered. I showed her that I live my values. And I showed her that whatever problem we have, we resolve it. And we go forward because we have a high-performance culture. Value-driven was clear. Clear collective and individual accountability. Often you have departments that are accountable for what they have to do, the marketing, the football. Now us, we are collectively accountable for our success. We are, and I'm going to introduce to you two topics, the strategy and the professional development. And why I've chosen these two topics? Because they illustrate quite well the change we've made. We have a clear delegation framework and clear decision-making framework. Every member of our team, from the receptionist to the CEO, understand what is the remit of decision-making. Total transparency. I'm pretty sure at General Secretaries, often you have people working in your office telling you the problems they have, and you're like, hold on. And we go straight into resolving the problem. For us, and for me, that's how I used to operate. But now I know that, hold on, what sphere of decision-making is this? Is it mine, or is it the head of department's responsibility? And sometimes, and often I said, please go back to your head of department. Try to come back with a solution. And I work with the head of department. Big difference. Because I was no longer overwhelmed by crisis to resolve. I could concentrate on the transformation we had to do. And I will present you two topics. The first one is common strategy. We all have strategic plan. I'm pretty sure you have all developed strategic plan. But I'm pretty sure that most of us, the strategic plan is in the drawer, and we pick it up when we have to give it to a funder, a sponsor, to show them that we know what we're doing. We scrap that. We say that's not what we want. We want a strategic plan not to be a management tool. We want a strategic plan to be a high-performance mindset trigger. So we looked at what the tech company were doing. Wow. 3 key principles that we had to follow. First, your strategic plan needs to bring cohesion in the organization. What does it mean, cohesion? It means that it needs to trigger the collective ownership of the plan. Everyone needs to understand why we are doing it. Bring cohesion between departments. 2, clarity. If our strategy was not clear enough for everyone in the organization to understand it, for every of our stakeholders, there's no point to have this strategy. Because it will be on paper, but no one will understand it. Simple, basic principle. Mind-blowing for us, because we have very good strategies on paper. 3, connection. Every member of our teams, from our facility officers to our marketing officers, to our legal and compliance head of departments, they all had to understand their connection to the strategy, their individual, personal connection to the strategy. What does it mean? They had to be able to identify how they will impact positively on the strategy. That's very important. And what was their success story for the strategy? Everything was based on football. I won't go on the methodology we did, because I would need another 2 hours to explain, but everything was centralized around football. We wanted our football to be the core purpose of what we did. The next big thing that we did, and I introduced this topic already with you when I mentioned that me as a leader, I had to retrain. This was really, really, really a game changer. It's no longer Giroud. It's a whole French team under the Platini era, not the current French team. This was the game changer. 3 levels of professional development. But before we embark in professional development, we didn't say you need to be better at what you do to help us to put the strategy in place. That's one reason. We said, what do you want to achieve professionally? After us, after OFC, what do you want to do? I'll give you another example. My head of finance and administration said, Fred, I want your job. Okay? I'm not there for 20 years. I will have to retire. So I help him to identify what steps he has to do in his professional development to take my job. What do you think the result was? He understood we cared. So we had 3 levels of internal training: leadership, executive coaching, emotional intelligence. And we went to key universities to do that. Football-related training. That was really important. If you wanted to be able to take a course about football, you can. And business as usual training, accountancy, what you need to do in your job. And we thought, oh, that's a game changer. So let's do it also for our member association. And here I have to say thank you, Wahid and his team. Because when we started, to be honest, we didn't know what we were going to do. We knew what we wanted to achieve. We wanted to create the next generation of leaders, football leaders in our region. So, hello, Wahid, can you tell us what you did with the ACE program? And that was really important to us. The other phone call we made was with the team of Emily at UEFA. They helped us to create a learning platform, OFC Learn. And now we're partnering with Emily and her team to actually put in place our executive program. Next week, we have a very small, way smaller than here, seminar for general secretaries, but also a football management certificate and a football management diploma. Game changer as well. We want to give the opportunity to all the head of departments in our region, to all the technical managers to be able to train. Look at what we have achieved. And I'm not showing that just for you to feel, oh, you did a good job. 97% of our team members understand what we want to achieve in our organization. I can tell you the Google and things like that would love that. 88% of our team members know what is their contribution to the overall goals of the company. 82% agree they are empowered to make a positive difference. And why this was possible? Because we had these 3 steps: governance reform, professionalization of how we worked, but also high-performance culture. And this, the biggest benefit is that our team members are no longer scared of change. They embrace change. I could have put another percentage. 2% of our staff do not enjoy change. 2%. So this is the best outcome we could have. We have a high-performance culture, and people are resilient to change. Here we can say, well done, guys. I started the conversation and the presentation to say, we are dreamers, and we are dreamers. I'm a stubborn dreamer, I would say. We are dreamers. But we never stop to achieve our dream. And the next one for us is our regional professional league. And I would like to present you a short video that our magician at the technical booth will present for you. So could we show the video, please?
When the full-time whistle blows, the football doesn't stop. Our drive to continue building professional football never stops. Our dream to compete and succeed at the highest level never stops. What makes us strong? Our people. Our potential. Our resilience. Our solidarity. Our diversity. Our fans. Our passion. Our mana. The dream never stops. We never stop. We are Oceania Football. Our dream will become reality with the OFC Professional League.
Why do I present you this video? Because if we had not transformed as a high-performance organization, if we had not taken the deep step of transformation, we would have never been able to dare to dream that we'll have a regional professional league. Never. We would have had the second yellow card and we would have been told by our stakeholders, come on, get out of the pitch. That's the transformation that allows us to do this. And I would like to thank all our partners, FIFA, UEFA, with the UEFA Together program, but also Australian and New Zealand governments, the FA, the Australian FA that work closely with us. We have our commercial partners, the UEFA Foundation, because if we had not rebuilt the trust and be transparent and clear about what we wanted to do, they would have not stayed with us. And we would have never, ever been able to care and develop our football in our region. Thank you very much. I'm right on cue.
Thank you
and
very
I thank
much.
you for your attention.
Thank you very much, Frederick, for the incredibly insightful presentation. With that, we now have some time for questions. If you have questions, please raise your hands, and our team will pass you the microphone. Do we have a question from the floor?
Fred, good morning. I must say that having the privilege of conducting a course for your federation, confederation, and your member association years back, you have come a long way. And congratulations on the very good job done. I see a big difference in OFC now. My question is, with this, all this transformation, and obviously we can see the positive impact on your staff. On the other side, how is it translated to football and business? How has it made football and business sense for you after these changes? Yeah.
So that's a fair question. Business-wise, our region is very weak commercially. But we dare to dream, so we signed our 2 commercial partners already. This before was never, ever possible. No commercial partners will come to us. So we didn't sign for $2 billion. We signed for, compared to some of your federation, a very small sponsorship. But now they work with us. They understand our strength now. They understand how we are. And they already told us, guys, yes, we're continuing with you. We also dare to dream with our live streaming and our digital platform. We went from a 5 viewership for a match. Now we have more than 2 million viewership. What do you think the partners are looking at? But our strength is not, in our region, we cannot compete with Asia. That's clear on commercial. But what we can give is trust. And they're coming to us. So this is working well. On the pitch, it's a longer development. Because we don't control what our member association do on the pitch. We help them, we support them. But the momentum has shifted. All the work that we do with our general secretaries, we have their technical director, they start to have a similar mindset than us. So we're aligning collectively what we will do. And they're starting to make a big shift in the way they prepare the team, big shift about how they develop football. This will not happen in 6 years. Let's be realistic. Even if I would like to think that we will beat you at the World Cup, okay? It won't happen at this World Cup, okay? But it created a momentum, a trust that is very strong. And it's a platform to actually succeed. And I'm pretty confident we will succeed also on the football pitch. Maybe not in 1 or 2 years, but watch out, we will be there.
Thank you, Mr. Winston, for the question. We have another question from the floor.
Fred, congratulations to you for transforming OFC and playing that big role. And as I know you very well, you are having that passion to transform things, and I truly believe what you have presented, and I have seen working. Therefore, it's really remarkable what you have shared, and it's an enriching experience for all of us. The one question is like, when these 3 steps, from achieving your governance goals to operational goals to taking it to the high performance culture, what is that, assures you in the institution, like the continuity of that culture? Yeah, because in football world, the leadership at the end and the whole, the board is having the limited period, when in the corporate world, this can be a continuity, because the chairman, the board, there will be little change all across, yeah? But then in football world, maybe lack of performance or a governance crisis, but again, it's a democratic process, might get to a new leader, new board, everything. Therefore, what is that which gives you the confidence that the foundation you've laid, you reach to a stage of excellence, how that can be continued? Because why I'm saying so, because we see this in our football ecosystem, that good processes has been set, but then it completely get demolished like, an atom bomb has been put. So therefore, how you can avoid those atom bomb and still ensure that, this really reaches to the end of, getting and having the continuity. Thank you.
Thank you for the question. It's an important one. We have a stable board. Like the board of Oceania, the executive committee are all the president of a member association. But like I mentioned at the beginning, it's not us that mandated the change, it's our board. Our board were clearly telling us, change, become professional, become high performers. So this principle and this culture is also at our board level. They understand, and they have seen the results. Within 3-4 years, the results are quite remarkable. So it's not only our doing at the General Secretariat, it's the empowerment that they gave us to change. So every time there's a change in the board member understands the culture they want to put in place. So it's really a cultural approach. And it's really good every time there's a change in our board because a new member challenges us, but we're no longer scared of the challenge. So that's stability. But on the operation as well, I can leave tomorrow. Let's say I win Lotto, and I'm becoming a very lazy man. My structure runs by itself because we have empowered people. So this culture of high performance was driven by our board. We had a clear mandate, and we have this empowerment that if tomorrow the top leaders of the General Secretariat leave, we have people that can continue that. Does it answer your question?
We have one more question.
Thank you, Fred. Thank you for your presentation. Just a question. I understand in management, of course, there are a lot of things across the board that is standard, integrity, transparency. But the thing you spoke about, communication, and the ability to just go up and say what you have, don't you think there's a cultural differences between, say, Oceania, the West, and Asia? Because how it is.
Yeah.
So in that management structure, how do you think Asia, and the difference between Asia and Oceania? I don't see how in Asia sometimes that open-mindedness, just going up to your boss, where you have this cultural respect and how we've been brought up.
Yeah.
So what do you think?
Yeah, so I'm not an expert on Asia, so I won't comment on Asia because I don't want to offend anyone here. But in our region, the cult of the chief is very important. Our countries, some of our countries, it's tribal culture. When you're the top chief, no one dares to contradict you. You're the ultimate decision making. And I will give you an example. I had a team member from Samoa. In Samoa, the culture of the chief and the respect of the chief is super strong. You will never go to your chief and say, I don't agree with you. Why? Because culturally it's not acceptable. Socially, you will be isolated if you do that because you will be, the stigma that you will have is that you're not respecting our culture. So when I was working with him, everything I was saying, he was saying yes. And I can tell you, on communication, that's not my strength, okay? I made really, really bad decisions. And I talked to him and said, okay, I was very frustrated. I was very French, you see? My culture came out. And I said, why you are reacting like that? He said, Fred, you're my chief. Culturally, I can't say anything to you. Okay, how do we resolve that? He said, my Samoan culture is very strong. I said, yes, but here I want the OFC culture. And slowly it felt comfortable that he could come to me and say, no, you're wrong. I've got another example. We have a head of department in commercial now from Fiji. She's 32. She's young professional. She's brilliant. She didn't dare to tell me I didn't know what I was doing. Okay? Again, because there's a respect of the elder. They say, I'm older than her, so she had to respect me. So we created a common understanding that within our space together, you're allowed to do it. she will not dare to do it in front of people because she will feel culturally that it's wrong for her. But between us, you can. And I created this safety net around us, and now she does it. So on 101, yeah, she will be highly critical to what I do. But I had to create this bubble between us, you see? And she will never do it if we had other team members around us. So basically, how we did it is we respected the culture. We became very self-aware about it, but we created safety. And as a Frenchman, I'm not scared of telling people I disagree with them in public, in anything. But Steffi, she didn't like it. So we created this safety. Does it make sense?
I agree with that, but what happens if you were someone and your junior was, because then he has to respect your culture, because you are the boss there. And your culture as a boss is not to accept someone's views.
I changed a lot on that. I can tell you, personally, I changed. And it's all the training I did, all the critical feedback I received, that made me self-aware that my emotional understanding and my cultural understanding was not strong. Like, I can tell you how Fred was 10 years ago as a leader to how I am now is night and day. Why? Because I became very self-aware of my blind spots as well as a leader. You know, all these trainings that we did, the biggest impact is to understand what you do right, what you do wrong, what are your emotional triggers. I'll give you an example. Culturally, as a Frenchman, if you attack me, my response will be attack. Very strong. We have a culture of demonstration in our country. But I had to be self-aware that this tactic was not the right one, depending on the culture of the person in front of me. So a funny thing, like my CEO is French. So when we debate, we're very animated. And my staff were looking at that and saying, we don't want that. You're shouting at each other. You're very conflictual. I said, no, we're not shouting. It's a French discussion. So we were mindful that we could not do that in front of them. So it's all about cultural awareness and self-reflection. It helped us. It didn't happen, for me, it didn't happen in 2 days. Huh? I had to be very, like what's happened with my colleague when I reacted very strongly. I had to be told, hey, guy, hey, friend, you're not doing the right thing. So we created, if you want, our own culture, respecting the culture of others. Does it answer your question?
Thank you very much. Do we have other questions for Frederick? That concludes.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. That concludes the Q&A session. Frederick, please remain on the stage. And we would like to invite AFC Senior Vice President, Mr. Zhao Zhao, to the stage for pennant presentation. Thank you very much, Mr. Zhao Zhao and Frederick. You may take your seat. Ladies and gentlemen, we will now take a short break and resume at 11:15 a.m. Please be sure to return 5 minutes before so we can continue with the program on time. Thank you.
This is the 18th edition of the AFC Asian Cup. 5 cities hosting 51 matches across the next. Great looking ball in.
Frederick.
Chance. Control of it. And Jackson Irvine taking control of the game.
There's the opening goal for Japan. Takumi Minamino. It's looped in. An incredible goal.
Hong Kong China level just 3 minutes after the break. It is the second round of group matches starting, and here is the group start. Ahmed Yahya to one real option. He's found that option. That is absolutely extraordinary play. And Indonesia have the lead into the area, places it into the bottom corner, and he ran First attack of the second half. Brilliant stuff. A quality finish.
Now then, Kojo has scored, and this one will count.
Quick strike.
Turn up.
As two great Asian. Oh, the substitute! Oh my goodness me! It is a magnificent way to conclude a magnificent comeback.
If you look, you understand the soccer. The difference between the players who play in first level and players who play second, third, and fourth level is not the technique, is not the physical, is the decisions. And the decisions only can give if you look head up. Seems easy, and really is the first, the important, and the most difficult. I can drive a car. I must look. I must watch with all the field. You need that vision, yeah? No, that vision, because that vision, it's here. You need move the leg for look all. Take your time, have time, yeah? And after, look the decision. I take the decision.
Wow, good morning everyone. Great to see you all. So, again, like always, absolute pleasure. It's a blessing to be with you all again, our Asian football family and our cousins in UEFA and OFC and everywhere else. Today's presentation, you know, many of you have known me for a while. I like to do something a little bit abstract, okay? It's not always the common or a standardized thing. And we're going to go through a journey today, okay? We're going to go on a journey of philosophy, maybe some science, some mathematics. We'll try to, obviously, we'll bring a lot of football involved. But really, it's meant to be thought-provoking, okay? From the perspective of leaders. And leaders, I know typically we think president, GS leaders, but also, I mean, we have leaders as head of divisions and departments and units. And, you know, it extends beyond that in our industry in football to even our coaches, our captains, key players. They all play a role in leadership. And we'll get into a few of the different perspectives that we have in football. I like to pick subjects that there is no right or wrong. It makes it easier on me, I guess, right? It's just different perspectives. One of the things that I do want to share with you all are some perspectives I also have on what makes our industry, our business, distinctly complicated, different to the other industries and so forth. And, you know, I was just thinking about recapping the sessions yesterday. And we started off, obviously, with Datuk Seri Windsor John. And he mentioned some of the governance reforms that the AFC have applied, especially recently. And really how I would frame that is, you know, making decisions now that establish the foundation, the platform that will allow Asian football to prosper. Not only prosper, but actually protect it, safeguard it, okay? So that was an example of what I would term helping our future selves, okay? Then, from memory, and correct me if I'm wrong, I think it was Robert, you were next, Robert Skinner, started talking about the SDGs. And this, again, was another demonstration of an organization, in this case the UN, but collectively with so many different partners, making a decision a long time ago, right, that sets us up for the future, establishing these goals that we can then all work towards. Again, another example of helping our future selves. And believe me, I think, I mean, again, many of you know me, I'm going to do a bit of a weave. I'll come back on theme. After that, we had Tom Byer. Tom is a dear friend of all of us. And I think you have even more friends now, Tom, given your inspirational and passionate talk yesterday. Tom's presentation was obviously centered more on football. But again, it was centered on helping our future selves by actually looking at, isolating, identifying that age group, the 3 to 6 age group, okay, that we have for too long neglected in football, and saying, how can we involve them in what we do to have an impact into the future? Again, helping our future selves. After that, it was Mr. Han Jin telling us the story and the objectives of the KFA. I think you even mentioned 100 years, right? Incredible, okay? And obviously, with President Chung as well, you know, thinking about things well after we are not involved anymore, okay? Thinking about the next generation, laying the platform, the foundation. Again, helping our future selves. Jackie then, okay, ended. I'm privileged that I get to sit with Jackie, you know, on a weekly basis. I think sometimes she doesn't take my calls, but that's fine. But again, it was about looking at these organizations, learning from them about how they have set up themselves, not for the now, okay? Not for the now, but for their future. And why I'm mentioning all of this, and I'm going to recap, Fred's presentation earlier was incredible, and you mentioned some great things about momentum, and I'm going to use some of that in this one. But why it's important is because I've always had the observation that the difference between leaders and everyone else is that leaders, most of their thinking is done in the future, not in the now, okay? That's really key. They think into the future more than they think in the now. Other people are thinking in the now. Leaders are thinking into the future. So that's one thing. The second thing, this particular image, I can't tell you how long it took to actually explain to the illustrator what I wanted to achieve in this, right? But again, I've been blessed to have been involved in this business and a few other businesses as well, some family-owned restaurant chains and so forth. But you know, there are so many, and the theme of this workshop is obviously building and leading great organizations. And everyone wants to do that, okay? Every organization wants to do this. Some will do it momentarily, okay? Some do it for a few years, but really the exceptional ones are the ones that can do it over generations. There's not many of them. I think yesterday, Tom, you mentioned 8 nations have won the World Cup. And there's examples of this in other sports as well. I mean, we can look at Man United under Sir Alex Ferguson, you know, constantly being able to stay strong whilst things are changing around us. And I wanted to illustrate this in a way, and this is precisely what this presentation is going to be. It's about the leadership lenses we have and how we use them to actually, in a practical way, help us think about the future and lay the foundation, the groundwork that we need. I'll say this before we just move on. You know, we live in an age, in a time where information is omnipresent. It's everywhere, okay? It's absolutely everywhere. You will find it on your phone, everywhere, TV. Some organizations and institutions wait for it to come to them. Others go and seek it. Okay? Some accept it as it is. Others try to find patterns in it. Some use it to confirm and validate what they already know. Others use it to create more questions. Some isolate it. Others overlay it with other information to create some kind of context. Some use the information, better than others, clearly. And what we're going to as well go through today, we're going to go through 5 kind of key elements of what we call the leadership lenses. And hopefully by the end of it, and hopefully we'll have a bit of fun doing it, right? But hopefully it will give us a bit of a framework that actually helps us not only in decision making, but what I like to call decision shaping. Okay? So, like I said, we'll go through a series of perspectives. The first one is football is a uniquely complex business for leaders to navigate. The second one will be the 4 roles of leaders in football. Then we'll go into what we call the circles of influence and impact for leaders. Then we'll discuss the 6 lenses a football leader should rely on. Okay? And finally, delivering impact through decision shaping. What do great organizations look like? Well, for me, it's a perspective. They look like what they look at. Okay? Many of you may have heard the kind of quote, where your focus goes, your energy will flow. Okay? And this is particularly, I guess, relevant with this, because as leaders, right, the questions that we're asking, okay, of the people around us, they should be picking up the cues. So what happens is, over time, you see this pattern of people, of a leader asking the same questions. It should end up being a bit of a cue to everyone else and they anticipate that this question's going to keep coming. So in future, what actually ends up happening is people will be coming to you with the information that you asked for to begin with. So I just wanted to share this because everything that you'll see now is a bit of a framing and a precursor to everything else we're going to talk about. So this slide is what I call a primer. A primer because you will already know everything that's on the slide. Selfishly, I use it probably to keep me focused on the presentation. Otherwise, I might, go on a bit of an adventure. But essentially, what is perspective? Right? Well, it's a view, it's a position, it's an aspect, outlook, approach, frame of mind, point of view. Okay? But really, for me, it's knowledge that is captured, rationalized, and expressed for influence, for information, for influence, and for impact, right? And why do we seek this information? It's to set a course of action. Now, why am I using the term course of action instead of decisions? Okay? I'm not going to spoil it for you yet. We'll get to it a bit later. But you'll hear me constantly talk about setting a course of action. And at the end of it, I think, well, I'm sure, I'm hoping that it connects well. So, the word opinion, I don't like it. Okay? I've never liked it. For me, it has connotations of negativity, maybe stubbornness, of a position. And I mean, for the people that have worked with me more than others, there is, I try and discourage the use of it. I think it creates sometimes some unnecessary tension when people say, well, this is my opinion, okay? It kind of feels like there's no room to move. So I try and say, let's not use the word opinion, okay? Let's use the word perspective. It's a small change. I promise you, if you use this, you will see a complete change in your interactions. You're speaking with someone, don't say that's your opinion, right? We say that's your perspective. Because guess what? Everyone is sitting from a different point of view. People, based on age, will see things differently. Based on culture, will see things differently. Based on education, will see things differently. In this room alone, there's people, different ages, different cultures. There are accountants, there are engineers, there are businessmen, there are businesswomen. We're all going to see the same thing in a different way, right? It's like when people go to an art museum. I'll look at something. I'll say, this reminds me of, when I was a kid, right? Someone else will say, this reminds me of when I was in high school. So really, just changing, making this small change in the way we express our thoughts, our knowledge, is really important. I also think that the word perspective is grounded in some kind of informed view that's been rationalized more so than an opinion. So I found this incredible quote, and we use it in some of the lectures we deliver to as part of ACE. And I don't know who the author is, okay? I wish I knew, but it's profound for me, right? It's very simple. Bad communication ends a lot of good things. Good communication ends a lot of bad things, right? And again, there's a reason why this is here, and we'll get into it in a moment. But as leaders, right, there are only so many things we can influence and impact. We think we can influence and impact everything. We'll see when we look at the circles of influence and impact, it's actually quite limited in terms of what we actually can control directly. So first, football as a uniquely complex business. When I was younger, in high school, my dad's an electrical engineer. My mum studied law, ended up becoming a teacher. And I was in high school, and they'd say, okay, what do you want to do? I said, I want to work in sport. Okay, yeah, you can imagine how that went. So, I've had a bit of a chip on my shoulder, even with my own parents about this. But over time, I've come to realize just how complex our business is. There are probably, I think there are 10 ways that make it uniquely and distinctly complicated. Not harder than another business, right? Just distinctly complicated, okay? And the first one I would say is probably measures of success, okay? And why all of these are important is because they shape perspective. Everything we're talking about is about shaping perspective so that ultimately the course of action that we move forward with, we're informed, right? It's going to shape our perspectives. So, in many other businesses, the other businesses I've been involved with that aren't football, they measure their progress, their success, really probably half yearly. Sometimes it's quarterly. Other than that, not so much. In football, especially if you're a member association, even a regional association in terms of the competitions that they hold and so forth, but definitely member associations and clubs, you're measured, you're scrutinized on a game-by-game, weekly basis. It doesn't matter how well everything else is being run. Your governance could be like Fred and OFC doing a great job. Your team is losing, it's a disaster, right? That is the scrutiny that we're currently and constantly being measured by. The second one is measured in tangible and intangible units, okay? Many other businesses measure their success probably in a few different ways. If you're thinking about major corporates, you know, they'll talk about social impact, but really for them it's bottom line, right? I mean, they're driven by shareholder, you know, distributions to shareholders. That's what drives them. If that's not happening, they won't be there much longer. For us, completely different, okay? Not only do we have to make sense financially, but, you know, we actually have to have a return on investment to some of our stakeholders, like sponsors. We need the social impact in terms of the partners we have in government, okay? And there's also sentiment. You know, there's an intangible contract between our fans and our organizations, okay? It's hard to measure. Obviously, we're getting better, and hopefully with AI, it becomes even easier, but that engagement is really important. And then there's value proposition, okay? Value proposition is, for example, at Football Australia, what we have with our member associations, but guess what? It's the same thing that AFC does here. This is a great example of another value proposition that the AFC is delivering to members. So all of these things actually, you know, create a distinctly complicated environment that we operate in. The last one is measured in multiple dimensions. You know, we're not selling phones where basically the only consumer that we're targeting to is someone who is within the age and has the financial resources to buy an iPhone. For us, it's from professional all the way to grassroots. And everyone is expecting something different. Tom yesterday, I mean, incredible. He mentioned the importance of aiming, targeting, right? Not the kids, not a 3-year-old kid, but the parents. And how? It had nothing to do with football, right? Football is the vehicle. But what he found was the way to unlock the heart to the parents was to say, hey, you're going to set your kids up for the future. They will be healthier, okay? They'll be smarter. They'll do good at school. They'll have confidence because they're playing football and they're good players. You know, a young girl, a young boy, it's a great thing. So the measures of success are different. Sources of revenue. You know, I guess many of us have heard of the Pareto principle, 80-20, okay? In many industries, 80% of their revenue comes from kind of 20% of the revenue channels. For us, and the more mature we become, it changes completely. There's broadcasting, there's government grants, there's merchandise and licensing, there's match day revenue, and match day revenue is then split, you know, hospitality and so forth. And really, one of the things that is interesting about that is each one of those partners and revenue streams needs a completely different sales approach and sales channel, okay? The way we deal with and try to attract a broadcaster, right, is completely different than a sponsor. They're looking for something completely different. They're trying to fill their time slots with content that will engage, with hopefully that bringing in advertising dollars, right? For a fan, it's completely different, okay? Sponsors want a return on investment. Government wants social impact. And traditionally, we've probably had one kind of commercial department that is kind of doing all of that. But it's different. It's completely different. And this is where the more mature sporting organizations, and really, I think we can take a leaf out of what happens in the US with their professional sports. They have people who are almost virtuosos in being able to access the kind of capital and resources they need from the different revenue sources. Industry leaders worldwide. Again, 80-20 principle. Many other industries I mean, we can think of things like automobile, airline, and so forth, fast food chains. Like, there are many big players, key players, that can influence what happens. But here's the thing. How much really can automobile manufacturers influence the way cars are built, okay? Like, they can't make them much wider because the infrastructure is already there. The roads are this big. They have to build a car that's going to fit there, okay? The parking spot. I mean, there's too much infrastructure. They can do great things, make the cars incredible. In sport, each of the influencers and leaders, right, from different sports, not just football, have an exceptional impact on what we do. A broadcast innovation occurs in the NBA. All of a sudden, you're expected to do it because your fans, Mr. Hanjin, are NBA fans, okay? Or baseball fans for Sunio-san, right? Like, and there are lots. There are thousands. If you think of FIFA, if you think of UEFA, if you think of AFC, if you think of English Premier League, Bundesliga, La Liga, Serie A, National Football League, NBA, Major League Baseball, Formula One, right? I haven't even gone into their teams yet. They can all have an influence and an impact. They constantly innovating things, and we'll talk a bit later about how we can leverage what we can learn from one another to actually help us as leaders in football. And the final one is they're all competing for the same thing, okay? They're competing for the eyeballs on TV, okay? They're competing for sponsors. They're competing for broadcasters. They're competing for the same sponsors. Sometimes they compete for the same talent on and off the field, right? They want young kids, FIBA, okay, want their young kids playing basketball. We want young kids playing football, right? So this is, again, another distinctly different characteristic. This one is really great for me. I love this, right? No other industry has this. In most other industries, probably a monopoly is the greatest measure of success, okay? Like, if you can take out everyone else, hey, they're happy days. No one else is going to get in your way. I mean, it's not great for innovation, right? We know that. You need competition for innovation, but at least you'll be happy and wealthy. Okay, for us, any league or tournament is only as strong as its weakest team. This is something, again, the NFL, National Football League in the US, really coined a phrase. Many of you have heard it. It's any given Sunday, okay? And what this means is that on any given Sunday, any team can beat any team. And what they have created is probably the perfect ecosystem for a league. Their job, as they understand it, is to cultivate an environment that allows the participant clubs to do what they need to do. Okay? They don't overregulate, they don't underregulate, they build the environment and ecosystem that allows the clubs to flourish and do what they do. Now, this is important because this rivalry creates the kind of storylines that engage fans. Okay? We know that when, as teams, our teams are playing someone who they have a chance against, who is a good opponent, fans will be interested. They'll be attracted to come. Broadcasters will sell merchandise. The stadium will be full. It looks amazing on TV. Okay? So this is a unique aspect of what we do. The other thing is jeopardy and competitive balance is necessary. To create that competitive tension, it's important in our sport that everyone is kind of at the same level. We need to build everyone at that same level. Self-regulated environment. again, how many other industries or sectors are actually regulating themselves voluntarily? Okay? We have leagues, clubs all say, you know what, we're going to have club licensing or FFP, or in other sports a salary cap system, because they understand that actually for the whole league to be strong, they have to have competitive balance and tension. Okay? And there is transparency and disclosure in that, right, between the competitors. Like, there's not many clubs in a professional landscape that won't have an idea of what the other clubs are doing and so forth. Social expectations are completely different for us, okay? I mean, at the end of the day, the social expectation contract of executives in other industries probably limited to the chair and CEO. In sport, it extends way beyond, okay? There is an expectation all the way through. Not only chair, not only GS and CEO, coaches, technical directors, captains, key players, and it goes all the way through. And the expectations are completely different. Tim Cook, CEO of Apple, can walk into McDonald's and buy himself a burger. Okay? No, there's no professional footballer could do that. Okay? Unless they're actually being endorsed by McDonald's. Okay? So it already reframes what we're doing completely differently from others. Yet we're expected, obviously, to get partnership with them, sponsorships with them. Broad consumer base, again, yeah, I mean, most of everything that's being presented now, you all know. It's a bit of a refresher. Broad consumer base, sport, football transcends age, culture, race, religion, socioeconomics. You go into any stadium, you'll see a doctor sitting next to a mechanic, sitting next to a nurse, sitting next to a pilot, sitting next to a 5-year-old child. And they're all focused on the one thing and all connected with that one thing together that brings them together. We have an incredible ability to actually create harmony in sport, okay? Not many other industries can actually do that in what I would call an authentic and genuine way, okay? Forgive me for being cynical, but when I see corporations, okay, talking about labor laws and slavery and whatnot, part of me doesn't believe that it's real at all, okay? There's no authenticity to it. This is, again, my perspective. So I can say this without being right or wrong. It's just a perspective I have, okay? But in sport, there is that kind of connection that can move the dial. Young kids see their favorite player, Serena Williams, footballer, Cristiano Ronaldo, and it has a huge impact. Global scope and influence. I mean, again, this is straightforward. I'm not going to go into too much detail on this. But essentially, we are all operating in a completely global environment, and whatever we can learn from one another and share with one another will have an impact on us. Critical dependence on relationship with fans and participants. This is really interesting because our fans and participants, they're devoted and obsessed with what we do. Okay? I can tell you, unless you work at Apple or Tesla, you're not going to wear an Apple shirt or a Tesla shirt, right? Unless you bought the car and it came with it. But we have many millions of people going out, buying our merchandise, that we actually sell, whether it's a club, whether it's a member association, national team, and so forth, and wear it proudly, and sponsors want to be part of that affinity, we can draw incredible strength and resource from that. Not many other organizations can do this. The last one is really important. In many other industries, there is a tolerance that a consumer might migrate, might leave and go elsewhere. Someone's not happy with their bank, they'll go to another bank. Someone's not happy with their telecom provider, they'll go to another telecom provider. The impact on that industry is zero. It's net zero. One loses, one gains. Here's the thing, for us, it's not net zero. If I'm not happy with my team, I'm not going to change teams. I'm going to disengage completely. I'm not changing teams. It's not going to happen. I disengage completely. So, in our business, we have to have a zero tolerance to anyone being disengaged. Right? And this is where I'm just going to mention something that, or maybe a recap of what Fred was saying, which was great. The common theme to a lot of things that Fred was saying was self-awareness. You know, and I've always believed that leaders are the ones who have the maturity to actually prompt that kind of self-awareness. And that self-awareness was not just, and sorry for pointing this out, Fred, it wasn't just him personally, but as an organization, the OFC undertook that whole process of self-awareness. And in many cases, all of these perspectives that I'm about to share with you, and we've already shared, it's constantly about reinforcing the self-awareness we need, right? To inform ourselves, to go out and seek the information we need that helps us ultimately make better decisions and then deliver them. The last one, sports institutions perpetually relevant to their communities and cannot fail. In other industries, companies can fail. We cannot fail. We cannot fail. We can do really poorly, but we cannot fail. We have a social contract to exist and to do well. So we have to have, this is why we must have this high level of governance standards, disclosures, transparency. I'm so glad yesterday Datuk Seri mentioned that, right? Taking, and obviously with the AFC Exco, taking the key decisions to build the platform and the foundation that protects, safeguards, and then allows us to prosper in Asian football, right? Making decisions now that we will not see the benefit of for many years to come, okay? So I want to move now to the 4 roles of leaders in football. Again, you will know many of this, most of it. It's a good refresher. This applies actually to leaders in any industry, okay? And no difference to President Chung or anyone else, even in their other businesses. But effectively, as leaders in football, we are ambassadors, okay? We represent the values. We have to build trust and confidence in our organizations to help foster relationships. We're also advocates, okay? We have to champion the purpose and initiatives of our organization to make sure that it has the resources it needs to actually meet its objectives. You have to be a guardian. You have to establish the standards of integrity and ethics and then safeguard them and safeguard the organization, its people, okay? It's values. And finally, we are drivers, which means creating a sense of collective purpose, to set expectations, align focus, and inspire action. Now, this is another one of the perspectives. And why this is important is because knowing this helps us shape perspective as we move forward in different areas. So, there will be situations, most situations, that we have to play the role of each of these things. Okay? So, for example, in a crisis situation, you have to be an ambassador publicly. Okay? You have to create the calm and composure that everything is okay, sending out the message to stakeholders that everything is calm. Privately, you're going to be a guardian, so determined and resolute to protect the organization and everything in it at that moment. And also a driver, okay? Because obviously in a crisis situation, everything becomes very transactional. Like the steps and tasks and action plans are very specific. And again, this is something that we tell the students of the leadership certificate at ACE, is the ability to have all of this is really something of an indicator for people who can emerge into being established leaders. The ability to understand what you need to be at different moments helps shape our perspective, because there needs to be an understanding that in any single point we have to understand, we have to appreciate that we have to be an ambassador, an advocate, a guardian, and a driver. Again, Fred mentioned something earlier, I think it was based on a question, about how he would handle things differently, and he said he changed. He learned to take a step back and reflect on the situation. And essentially, these things will help frame the way we behave in our next steps. Now, I'm going to share with you a quote that a friend of mine shared many years ago. It's profound for me, okay? Don't make promises when you're happy. I've made that mistake. Don't speak when you're angry. I've made that mistake. Don't make decisions when you're sad. I think I've made that mistake too. Hat trick. But you know, I always take comfort in philosophy and wisdom of any nature. And this is something I know James has heard me say before, and other people. You know, I think this generation underappreciates maybe the wisdom of the past, and it's really important to have it. This is something I'm always kind of reminding myself on, but it does connect with the previous slide, right? Because at different moments we have to understand what our role is, and also understand the consequence of the next decision we make. I said earlier, leaders do most of their thinking where? Not in the now, in the future. That's an understanding of consequences. Not only consequences, unintended consequences. Okay? And knowing things like this really helps. The circles of a football leader's influence and impact. Again, many of you may have seen this, maybe elsewhere. I often enjoy refreshing on these kind of things, just keep me grounded a little bit. The first one is the circle of control. Okay? And this applies not only to leaders, it applies to everyone. But we're going to get into understanding actually how we can have impact and influence which is effective, precise, right? Clearly, in any interaction, we have control, okay? Any interaction. Also in delegating tasks, it's pretty direct situation. And then in policies and process, and I'll come back to that later, okay? We can have significant influence there. As you go out, the control then turns into influence. We can't control really individuals. We can influence them significantly. And then you get into department and unit, functions and divisions. Obviously, the more people that are involved, it gets a little bit more complex, and the effect of what we can do as leaders becomes more difficult, okay? It's not impossible, it becomes more difficult, okay? And this is where the skill of being an inspiring leader, a motivating leader, an empathetic leader, and so forth comes in. I had this one a little bit separately because as leaders, we can influence leadership ideology and strategy, of course, like everyone's looking to you to set that. The thing is, the complexity happens because all of a sudden now you need that cross-functional understanding of the whole business. You need more people involved to actually help shape that. And then we have circles of concern, okay? Which is basically culture and reputation. Like, as a leader, you can do whatever you want to help create the standards, the ethics, the values of an organization. But if someone in the organization isn't aligned, does the wrong thing at the wrong time, all of a sudden it can have an impact. And then beyond that, into the ecosystem and the environment. And I know what you're thinking. Yeah, maybe it looks like a bit of a maze, right? And I didn't design it that way, but I'll use it for the theatrics of the presentation. But probably it is, because going from the inside out, you have to navigate different things. Multiple interactions. You can't interact with all the people in the same way. As Fred said before, you will interact with some people in a different way based on their seniority, based on their experience, based on their wisdom, based on their role, responsibilities, and so forth. Now, at the central level, okay, it's an individual transaction, let's call it. As you go out, it becomes collective. At the central level, it's tangible. The interactions are tangible, okay? Most of the time, it'll be a phone call, it'll be an email, it'll be, we call letters now PDFs, so I don't know that anyone is sending letters anymore, but, okay? So it's tangible. And as it goes out, it becomes intangible. Why? Because you're no longer a first party to the interaction. You might be a second party, you might be a third party, to other people having conversations and you just knowing about them. At the central level, easily influenced, moving out as leaders is difficult to influence. But it doesn't look like this. It looks like this. Okay? Why? Why is it pointy? Right? Well, it's kind of like an arrow. And we need that kind of penetration, that first part, the interaction, to allow everything else to occur after it. This happens off the field, this happens on the field. There are so many stories and case studies of football teams that have struggled because whether it's a coach or a technical director or whatever it is, a captain has not been able to get the message across, okay? It has a profound impact on everything else that team does, whether it's a football team on the field or off the field. I'll go back actually to The blue, the interaction, the task, the policy process, they either take seconds. An interaction might be seconds. It might be minutes, it might be hours. At best, a policy and a process, to get it started and develop it, shouldn't take more than a few hours. If it's taking more than a few hours, we're doing it wrong, okay? But here's the thing. Doing that seconds, minutes, and hours right, if they're done right, it will save you months and years on the outside lines. The seconds, minutes, and hours right will save you months and years. If the interactions are wrong and the tasks are wrong, you can add months and years to what you're trying to achieve in terms of shifting the environment, creating a cultural difference and impact that leads to legacy and generational success. So I'll come now to the 6 lenses. Again, it's a perspective. These are just my perspectives that I rely on. I rely on myself. So I'm not telling you anything that I'm not doing. But it's 6 lenses that a football leader should rely on. Now, you've heard me maybe last year, I think, I did kind of I tried to do a cartoon animation of a helicopter. And I often say, as leaders, really, our jobs are to be in a helicopter, right? When things are clear and smooth, the helicopter is high and going fast. When it's not, it comes down low, right? And it's a bit slower because it needs to see what's happening on the ground. If things are completely not good, it has to land, and the leaders have to get out and actually intervene in whatever it is. So with that kind of thinking, I think what is the difference between when the helicopter and you as leaders need to go high and fast and not? Well, it's obviously the clarity of the situation. If there's fog and so forth, you have to go maybe a bit lower and a bit slower. But the difference is the questions that we ask. Okay? The questions we ask. And I'll try and bring it together now. 2 general ways of building knowledge. One is information coming at us. Okay? We're kind of waiting, it comes to us. The other one is we seek information as leaders. Typically, when it's coming to us, at that point, we're not really ready to do anything with it, whether it's good or bad, right? We've probably missed the window. But when we seek it, we become ready, because something that Tom mentioned yesterday, the cerebellum, and started talking about the subconscious mind, it's incredible that it actually starts working without us knowing. When we seek the information that we're trying to receive, or we want to build our own knowledge, subconsciously, our mind is already working on solutions. Okay? And why this is important is because the greatest, at least for me, tool I have in my leadership playbook or toolkit is the questions I ask. Okay? The questions we are asking as leaders frame the culture of the organization. People will take notice of the questions that we're asking, right? They will think, okay, that's important. Hopefully, that frames the entire culture. So, the 6 lenses. I have looking in, reflecting on capability, capacity, capital systems. Looking behind, learning from the past, build wisdom from history. Looking out, understanding the environment. Looking up, look to the stars and signs. Looking forward and looking down. Looking in. This is like the stethoscope that a doctor uses to check what's happening, everything working inside. right? And by God's grace, everyone is their last checkup is perfect. So this is a health check. Why is this important? Well, if we use an example of a coach and their team, okay? We expect the coaches to play a certain formation and a style of football that suits the capability they have in terms of the players they have, right? It would be insane if they tried to play a style that maybe none of their players are familiar with or cannot execute, okay? It would be a disaster. The same for us as leaders, right? We need to reflect on what the capabilities, capacity and capital is of the people and of the organization that we're in to make sure that we can frame the objectives of the organization and can deliver on them. And some of the things personally that I try. I don't always do it perfectly, but gauging the current morale of the team, speaking with them, understanding what they're like. You'll know someone when they're happy. You'll know them when they're not happy, okay? It should be a bit of a cue to understand, okay, something's not right here. Is it at work? Is it personal? And so forth. Financial position, not financial performance, okay? This is something I'm always asking. What is cash at bank, okay? What are our current liabilities? What are our current assets? This, again, it's framing. It's just perspectives. And this information might be one line. I mean, we're not asking people to come up with something that's 30 or 40 pages, okay? It's something, it's almost like a pilot looking at the cockpit or a Formula One driver looking at their cockpit. Understand current pressing issues. As leaders, again, you're not seeing everything, right? You're in a helicopter. But there might be some pressing or emerging issues that it's better to understand earlier so that if we can handle them earlier, it's a lot easier than when they manifest. SWOT analysis changes. You know, people think of a SWOT analysis as, and rightly so, it's a process that we've built into our strategic planning. You get everyone in a room and you start writing, okay, what do you think are the strengths? What do you think are the weaknesses? So forth. It doesn't have to be that complicated, especially as individuals. There's nothing stopping us having a coffee in the morning or a tea and just writing on a piece of paper, okay, what are the changes I've noticed within our own organization? Are there any emerging opportunities that have happened in the last few weeks or threats? Try to apply them to what we're doing, right? Next 60 days, this is something we've done. And I'll ask, what are the spot fires, right? Small fires that we need to be aware of now that in the next 60 days, if we don't manage them right, they might become something more significant. Also, what are the quick wins? Is there any low-hanging fruits all of a sudden that have appeared that we need to just deal with? The last one is, what relationships can we strengthen in the next 30 to 60 days now? Okay? And then there's updates on organizational structure. We move on. If there is a gap between our goals and our systems, the system will always win. Okay? Because performance does not rise to the level of our goals, it falls to the level of our systems. Systems trump talent. And I didn't use the word trump because of what's happening anywhere else in the world. Just it worked. Okay? Performance does not rise to the level of our goals, it falls to the level of our systems. So all of these things that we're going to share now in terms of these 6 lenses, they're very simple systems that we can put in place. What are they? They're a set of questions that we're constantly asking that help shape that help shape the organization. And as leaders, this is like one of the key tools that we have is the ability to ask questions, okay? And again, I'll say it. I use this thing, I always say, I'm not interrogating, I'm just curious, okay? It's probably getting old on some of them. But it's true, I'm not interrogating, I'm actually curious. What's happening with this situation? I'll ask the question, okay? And I'll say that because I don't want people thinking that I'm micromanaging or interrogating. It's not. I'm actually curious on the status of a particular subject. Learn from the past. This is straightforward, okay? But these are the kind of systems as leaders we should be expecting in our organizations, okay? Now I'm going to point out to a couple of things, two of them. The debriefs and learnings from recent activities and events. Last year we spoke about, for those of you who were in the workshop, about building corporate IQ, okay? And I mentioned that a lot of people misunderstand what IQ means. There's this misconception that IQ relates to intelligence. It's not. IQ measures the speed of which we learn, okay? Now, debriefs and learnings, if you want one thing that's going to accelerate the kind of culture that Fred has mentioned and yesterday got mentioned a few times, is having the self-awareness immediately after an event to ask a question. What worked well? What could have been done better? Okay, it's not a critical thing. No one should get sensitive about it. It's being self-aware to improve what happens next. Now, I don't know if anyone's been noticing at the end of every session, okay, yesterday, what's been happening up here. When everyone's been leaving, I was anxious about my talk, so I stayed back trying to prepare. But I saw the team, the AFC team, and by the way, team, you've been incredible. This is an incredible event. So well done to all of you on that. But they come here and they debrief the day with Wahid. Okay? That's immediate. That's impact. That's creating the kind of culture that, you know what? Let's keep doing more. Let's keep doing better. This event is another example. And kudos to AFC for this. You know, previously, the annual awards was a separate event from this workshop. Now, you can imagine the logistical complications that creates, right? But they didn't rest on that. They said, how can we make it better? Even the seating plan at this workshop, completely different to last year. So the importance of debrief and learning. Talk about learn from the past, build wisdom, build corporate wisdom is really important. Policy guideline, regulatory review, right? End of season tournament review. Like contracts register and revenue waterfall chart. Why are they important? Now just keep in mind, all of these things should be readily available and accessible at any time that as leaders you need them, right? We shouldn't be pulling information. We live in the era of push notification. If we have to ask for this information, then people aren't anticipating things. Revenue waterfall chart, contract register. Why? Because it's important as leaders to understand when we have contracts expiring. Because you're not developing relationships with potential expiring partners and sponsors a month before the contract is out. We have to start building, cultivating the relationship well before. Understand what didn't work well, right? So that the next iteration can be better. So I call this a leader's wisdom. Principles become outcomes. You know, a lot of people think about policy and I don't know whether they think it's a luxury or it's just like, I don't have the time to be building any policies and so forth. So it becomes an impediment. And what happens is, if you don't have policies defined, okay, then your processes for delivering anything you deliver will be inconsistent, right? Not only it will be inconsistent, people won't have an understanding of what the expectations are. It's not helpful to the people we're empowering to deliver whatever it is we're trying to deliver. Whether it's a national team game, whether it's a grassroots tournament, at a regional association, it could be anything. And I keep saying to people, if you're struggling to actually build a policy, you know what? Just build principles. It's the first step. There, how hard would that be to do? Just start writing the principles of what your expectations are. Now, hopefully we've gone beyond that, right? But in many cases, we're grandfathered policies, like they're shared. I forget who it was that mentioned it yesterday. Like, actually it was Fred today, saying he has strategies, he puts them in the drawer. In many cases, policies end up in drawers, right? But it's really important to constantly review whether or not the principles that we're trying to achieve are still relevant. Over time, they'll change. You know, maybe at the beginning, when we're not really well-resourced and don't have the capital, having a break-even budget is key. Guess what? Once we start building up, then hopefully we're talking about, okay, 20% of the income, of the net profit that we're actually generating goes into a future fund for infrastructure to do something as ambitious as what the KFA are doing, right? So it's not enough that a policy sits there for 10 years and we say, oh, well, yes, we have a policy, it's great. Okay, it's not relevant anymore. Looking out, this is kind of like the periscope on a submarine. This is us focusing on what happens externally. Pestle analysis. Again, you're thinking, oh my God, what's this guy talking about? Pestle analysis, I have to bring 12 people into a workshop and actually, no. Go away, have a coffee by yourself, think and say, has anything happened in the last month in the political landscape that affects what we're about to do? What about anything environmentally or economically? What about anything socially? What about anything technologically? Anything legally? Okay? This awareness, right, is actually instructive, you know, for leaders to be able to help their future selves. Again, we want to be thinking in the future, not in the now. A peer and competitor analysis. You know, traditionally we talk about competitor analysis, right? And trying to understand what our competitors are doing to, you know, be one step ahead of them. Well, for me, there's something even more than that, right? It's the peer analysis. And this is what we are all in here, okay? I know many of us, we compete on the field. Okay, we compete for the rights to host tournaments. We compete when we're playing for World Cup qualifying and so forth. But if we talk about the dependencies that we all have on one another, for us in Asian football, okay, for all of us to elevate, there is a need for one another to help, to share knowledge, and to actually encourage and support one another, okay? It will build the whole ecosystem. You know, they say a rising tide lifts all ships. That's precisely what this is about. This kind of workshop is a perfect example of that. Now, for leaders, the ability to actually look at what our peers are doing as well as competitors is really important, okay? Because that's when maybe we can access some of their thinking and so forth. Stakeholder engagement, brand value, reputation. Looking up, look to the stars. We know about the horoscope, okay? There's no reason, there is absolutely no reason that we should not understand what our future looks like. We have 4-year FIFA calendars and AFC match calendars, okay? That pretty much sums up the majority of our business. We have our domestic match calendar already set. We know our activity calendar. It doesn't really change one year to the next. The days might change. There's a President and GS conference and workshop on the 30th of October this year. Next year it might be the 29th of October or the 31st of October. There's no reason why we cannot plan, right? And then build a leadership calendar where we say to each of the people that also we're responsible for and we rely on, to say, in June every year, provide a report on the sentiment of our sponsors and share it with the leadership. Okay? Jackie mentioned yesterday, I think it was Netflix, Jackie, about the transparency and the access and sharing of all the information to everyone in the organization. Okay? If we can build this kind of culture in our organizations, then guess what happens? Everyone in our organization becomes an advocate and a champion, right? And someone that can hold a conversation with a partner, with a member of government, right? Knowledge is the key to planning, okay? When we build knowledge, especially about what we've just said, right? We build knowledge of, we know what our next 4 years is like. There's no one in here that doesn't know, as an organization or institution, other than acts of God, God forbid, when we have a World Cup, when we have World Cup qualifiers, when we have Asian tournaments, and so forth. Okay? All of this should help us plan precisely. If we do not have precise plans about our business, then we have to look back to knowledge. When we plan better, guess what happens? We start building consistency. Okay? Because all of a sudden we have more time to actually deliver on the events that we know are coming up. We're better resourced, we have the capability, the capacity, and so forth. What does consistency bring? It brings speed. Okay? I mentioned earlier this theory of operational clock speed. If you want to get an advantage, do things more consistently and faster. Everything starts with knowledge, the inputs. Looking forward. This is straightforward, okay? We look at the strategic plan and the relevance of it. You know, too many times I see strategic plans, they're developed and they're unchanged for 4 years, the goals. There's this kind of a stubbornness to say, no, this is our strategic plan, okay? Well, a lot of things have changed. One thing that we lecture on is to say, every year, just ask the simple question, are the goals still relevant? Maybe they're not relevant anymore. Maybe something happened that has elevated your regional or member association, right, to a level that actually, that's not a priority anymore. It's okay. It's okay to pivot and shift, right? It's necessary, in fact. So asking that question is important, and then obviously understanding what the end-year forecast is. Finally, looking down. These are the things I'm constantly trying to look at, okay, in my role. The next 12-week activity plan. Help your future self. Do what you can today to help you tomorrow and next week, right? Risk report. What are the emergent risks? I mean, James is looking at me and he's thinking, I miss Chris. Chris is a dear friend of ours. Cash position and net assets position. Rolling next 12-week cash flow. Okay? And just the action register. But if I can give you one tip, when you ask for status updates on anything, traditionally we say, okay, what was the last thing done? Where are we at? I say, don't ask that. Ask, what is the immediate next step? What's the next step? 2 reasons. The first is, you will know from whatever the next step is, what the last step was. You can deduce that. But more importantly than that, it's something that Fred mentioned earlier about momentum, right? I think we've all suffered from procrastination at one point or another and momentum. The one way to defeat procrastination or any delay is doing what? Knowing your next step. If you always know your next step, you will always have forward momentum. So when you're asking about a status update on anything, ask what is the next step. You'll know whether it's started or not. You'll understand what has been achieved or not. Okay? Why did I show you that? Other than just to get the blood pumping. That's one of the greatest at the time, in that era, one of the greatest laps at Monaco ever. Ayrton Senna, the late Ayrton Senna. What made that particular lap what it was? Okay? A couple of things we were talking about. Knowledge. The knowledge he had of that track. The track doesn't change. Guess what? Our calendar doesn't change. Okay? And because of that, the expertise he could execute in that. Now, here's the thing. The fastest lap usually, typically, of any Formula One race happens at about 40% into the race. Because at that point, the drivers and their teams have understood what the conditions are like. They understand the impact on their cars, right? But also the leader still has the kind of energy. They're not completely dehydrated, right? They're focused on the race, etc. So how is that different to us as leaders? I know it's a bit, I told you it was going to be abstract a little bit what I was going to do, right? But I'm trying to really say all of the features are there for leaders to actually access what we need to work faster, especially, I mean, I'm very passionate about, obviously, Asian football, right? It's kind of like a sibling rivalry. You know, we're a family, we want everyone to do better, but every now and again, we have to, you know, play in the backyard and someone has to win or lose. But ultimately, we want the family to grow. And that's why we're sharing this kind of knowledge and information, right? It's important. Nothing, I tell you, and you know, for those of you who know me, nothing makes me prouder than when I see what we can do in Asian football. And thankfully as well, you know, Emily and Chris and our friends at UEFA and even OFC, we're kind of all in the same boat. We want to help each other to elevate football. So last one, delivering impact through decision shaping. Why decision shaping? I don't know why I do this to myself sometimes, but what is a decision? Okay, well, again, it's my perspective. It's a course of action that considers various conditions, operators, factors to achieve an objective, which is necessary for forward momentum. Okay? Some call it a decision. I'm going to call it right now a course of action. And I'll tell you why. Too many times, people get too connected to a decision that they make. There's almost a stubbornness, okay? You hear it all the time. That's our decision, right? They get connected and anchored to the decision rather than the objective that the decision is trying to solve. So I said to you at the beginning, we're going to go on a journey, philosophical, scientific, and mathematical. Bear with me. There's not long to go, right? Most people will say in this equation that the 8 is the decision. Put your hand up if 8 is the decision. There's no right and wrong answer, by the way. No? No one's brave to put their hand up. Okay, no problem. I'll catch you out another way. I would say 8 is the object. I would say equals is the condition. And let me explain it. Sometimes the condition is we have to qualify for the World Cup. That's the equals. It has to. Sometimes it's does not equal. For example, if you're a professional club, unfortunately, the club that I support in England is Everton. Their equation is don't get relegated. Right? So that's the condition. These are operators and factors. Guess what? There are multiple ways to get to the objective. Okay? I would say the equation is the decision and the course of action, not the object. Because we know for any kind of situation we have, there could be multiple courses of action or decisions we can take to get to the same conclusion. Right? So, why is this important? I'm going to jump this. I mean, this was a bit of a test, but it's just saying that there's multiple ways. So Jeff Bezos, paraphrasing, says this: there are two kinds of decisions, those you can continue to shape and adapt and those you can't. The key is knowing which is which before you make the decision. And why is this important? Because when you think about it, even for the decisions that we make that maybe are not reversible and we can't easily change, we can put in place safeguards before we make that course of action or decision to actually ensure that we're still in a strong situation. So I write this, not only decision making, but decision shaping, like on the field. Okay? So here's the thing. Off the field, we will make a decision as leaders. We see it all the time. Okay? And we're stuck to it. It's almost like it's part of our personality and character. And the worst of it is, there's this feeling that if by some chance we change the decision, it's some kind of reflection on us that, they're not good decision makers. They change their decision. When actually that's precisely what needs to happen. If the conditions, the factors and the operators around us have changed, how is that course of action that we chose before still relevant? Okay? And in contemporary and popular vernacular, we talk about agility, right? Agility is something everyone wants to do. But changing a decision, God forbid. Well, guess what happens on the field? A week before a big game, a coach is training and preparing their team for a certain game to get an objective, whatever it is. They prepare the team, they make a decision on who will be in the starting lineup for that game, okay? It comes to the game, at halftime things are not working out, right? What is our expectation here? Now, if the approach was what happens off the field, and quite frankly, there are probably many coaches, unfortunately, that are so stubborn that they stick to, the decision they made in the lineup. But the really exceptional coaches will identify, hang on, something needs to change here. Conditions have changed. When I made the decision before, it was based on this perspective that we had. Now the perspective has changed. The external factors, the internal factors, the lenses that we spoke about, the expectation is that they have to change their course of action. So this is what we mean by decision shaping. And as leaders, if we are not constantly monitoring the decisions and the course of action that we've taken, and then constantly shaping it to deliver the objective that we'd set about, then, literally it will be a failure, okay? It's kind of like driving a truck off a mountain. So decision making and decision shaping are leadership muscles. It's like any muscle. You go to the gym, you start doing workouts, you're building a muscle. Guess what? The more significant decisions that you make makes it easier to make even more significant decisions later. The more times you build the capability, and we build it in terms of saying and building a culture where we say, hang on, everyone, we made this decision based on the perspective that we had previously. Is it still relevant? Okay? All of a sudden, we're opening up our perspective throughout the whole organization and saying, you know what, maybe we need to adjust it slightly, maybe we need to shape it a little bit differently. Finally, I want to share something with you all. And it's basically a little bit about the Academic Center of Excellence, okay? And what makes this particular program unique. And, a lot of this presentation, I know it was quite abstract, but hopefully I've tried to bring it in and connect it to what we do in our businesses and organizations. But I've always thought there are kind of, again, generally speaking, two types of learning. There's learning to know, okay, which is kind of the traditional method. It works, it's great, it's useful, it's beneficial. Many of us studied under these kind of conditions, where it's, you know, really it's learning to absorb, to validate, to repeat, and so forth. Well, with the Academic Center of Excellence, it's the complete opposite. Okay? It's building up on that. It's learning to grow. It's basically questioning, critical thinking, applying a different perspective and lens to a lot of the traditional methods, whether it's strategic planning or leadership and so forth. And, you know, this is something obviously that comes from the culture at the AFC, you know, to constantly push the boundaries. And what we're seeing is a lot of young and emerging people coming through this system, learning to discover, learning to think, building the building blocks to make tool makers, right? What do I mean by tool makers? There's a problem, we make the tools to solve them. So, with that said, I want to thank you all for your time. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Enter, for your very comprehensive presentation, which has given us a lot to think about and reflect on. With that, we would now like to invite the audience to ask their questions.
You have an opinion or a perspective, John? Perspective.
No, I was just kidding. And I think there are no questions. As I mentioned last year, it's either you convince them or you confuse them. But this time around, I'm very sure you convince them again.
Well, I don't know. Thank you.
I have a comment and a question. I think, among other things, you mentioned about information. You know, waiting for information and seeking information, which I agree. I think it's important. If you seek information first, you are ready, rather than waiting for information. And my additional comment to that is that apart from seeking information as leader, we should try to seek information earlier than other leaders, able to use the information or see it differently, and then create new information that will provide us with a competitive advantage. And my question is actually, I think you did, another comment that you did very well in explaining what's the difference between the football industry and the normal industry. I think there are differences. So on the word differences, are there also differences between leadership requirement and qualities that is specific to our industry, you see, that's not which is different from other industry? Or are there leadership qualities, they're all the same, but our industry require more focus in certain leadership qualities because we're in the football industry? Thank you.
Thank you, Winston. I don't think it requires different kind of leadership. I think, again, you know, what we look at has to be different, right? The business is different. We've seen many people come from other sectors, and if they don't have the ability to actually seek information and knowledge and adapt it to football and sport, it doesn't work out well. So I think, to answer your question, I don't think it requires a different kind of character and leadership. I think the fundamentals are the same. I think it's just being aware that it's different, right? And the other thing is the focus on long-term planning. I think we have an advantage in what we do in football because of what FIFA and the AFC have done in having the long-term calendars, that, you know, in terms of budgeting, in terms of the way our workforce planning, like, there's no excuses for not getting that right. No excuses at all, right? Nothing should be a surprise. So I think there's a bigger focus on operational planning.
Enter, thank you so much. Very, very captivating and insightful indeed. I was just reflecting on what you were talking about us in the football industry, what we do, what we try to sell, whether it's in building a team, selling social impact, broadcast, sponsorship. At the end of the day, it all boils down to us selling emotions. We're in a very emotionally charged industry. And in order for us to, as you mentioned, do what we need to have that helicopter view at times, you need to be emotionally detached. So it's a little bit of a conundrum where we deal with emotions, and yet at times you need to be emotionally detached. Maybe if I could ask you, do you have any personal strategies or approaches in how you then approach and deal with this in doing what you do? Thank you.
Thank you, Gerard. I mean, you know, if you completely sometimes detach yourself, I think that's a mistake as well. I think to have an understanding and an empathy, right? And you're talking about, for example, fans and so forth who have that emotional connection. Having an understanding and an empathy, right? But equally and alternatively, you know, we should have very strict visions. The expectation is a vision and an objective that we want to get to. And I guess you're talking, the example you're using, context would have been maybe helpful, but if I guess it's a team that's not doing well, yeah, I think like it's a very difficult question to answer because there are so many contributing factors into how that happens, right? Is it because, you know, maybe a coach is not doing well, or, I mean, a player gets injured. A key player could be injured, right, of a team. And this will have a significantly profound effect on what that team does. So maybe we have to consider these kind of contributing factors in anything. But I don't think you can detach yourself completely emotionally. I actually think it's good to have that empathy and understanding. That's just my view. I think to completely distance yourself might result in inviting unintended consequences.
Thank you very much. Do we have other questions for Enter? Thank you once again.
Thank
Enter,
you.
please remain on the
Thank
stage. And we would now like to invite FIFA Council Member Tan Sri Dato Hamidin bin Haji Muhammad Amin to the stage for pennant presentation. Enter, please. Thank you so much, Tan Sri Dato Hamidin and Enter. Once again, you may take your seats. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, we will now break for lunch, and lunch will be served at Park Ballroom on level 5 of this hotel. Before we proceed, we would just like to remind everyone to have your AD cards on, so for security reasons. Enjoy your lunch at Park Ballroom on level 5. See you at 2 p.m.
This is the 18th edition of the AFC Asian Cup. World Champions 2023.
Ladies and gentlemen, please be seated as we will start shortly. Welcome back, everyone. I hope you are feeling refreshed after the lunch break. We have more exciting presentations lined up, so let's get started. Up next, we have a truly exciting presentation on Saudi Arabia FIFA World Cup 2034 bid. To kick things off, we are honored to have Mr. Yasser Al-Mishal, the President of Saudi Arabian Football Federation, to introduce the topic.
Good afternoon. I'm not sure, it's a bit tricky to be the first presenter after lunch. So if you need to be more focused, please feel free to grab a cup of coffee. Dear AFC General Secretary, dear President of Korea Republic Football Federation, dear FIFA Council members and AFC ExCo members, dear President, General Secretaries of AFC MAs, our friends from CONCACAF, UEFA, Oceania, and United Nations. Ladies and gentlemen, first of all, I want to congratulate AFC and our host, the Korean Football Federation, for a great awards ceremony that we witnessed 2 days ago. We are also, as Saudi Football Federation, delighted to support and be part of this important gathering of the AFC football family, discussing topics of interest for the growth of the game. Today, our connection to all of you is much stronger with cooperation agreements with many AFC members, which is very valuable for us as we grow the game together. I must thank you, especially AFC, for giving us the opportunity to present our bid. Sharing our plans for the 2034 bid with our football family is essential to us, as we take inspiration from Japan and Korea Republic that both organized a wonderful World Cup back in 2002, from Qatar for delivering the most outstanding World Cup in 2022 with more than 5 billion viewers, but also from Australia, organizing a fantastic Women's World Cup along with New Zealand in 2023. Asia has indeed a strong experience if we consider all World Cups held in all categories included. Asia has hosted more than 25% of these competitions, 29 editions out of 113. So far, we are humbled to have received support from more than 170 member associations, which is about 80% of all members of FIFA. I would like now to give the floor to our General Secretary, Ibrahim Al-Qasim, to take you through our plans for the 2034 World Cup. And at the end of the session, we'll be more than happy to receive your questions. I'm going to handle the easy ones, and he will take care of the difficult ones. Thank you so much, Ibrahim.
Ladies and gentlemen, our friends, our family, good afternoon. So, I stand before you today as a proud Asian who dreams to bring the World Cup back to Asia. So we all remember the first World Cup that took place on Asian ground. And we all remember how we were all united side by side with our friends in Japan and Korea to deliver a fantastic World Cup. And we all remember recently when we all were united side by side with our friends in Qatar to deliver the best World Cup ever. And here today, I thank you all for being united side by side with us to bring the World Cup back to Asia and to Saudi Arabia for the first time in history. As my president said, 25% of the total number of World Cups were hosted in Asia. That shows our capability, and that shows how trustworthy we are, and that shows how we can deliver competitions at the highest standards. So I know we are the sole bidder in for the World Cup 2034. But we wanted to share with you our dreams and our plans because we owe it to you, because we are not doing this alone. We are doing it together with all our family members in Asia. So, can we grow alone? Okay, we can grow to a certain limit, but we cannot go higher. But if we want to grow, if we want the real growth, we all have to work together to grow together. So through this World Cup, we are planning to grow people together, to grow football together, and to grow connections together. Because again, we are doing this all together. In Saudi Arabia, our main drive is Vision 2030. We are living this vision day by day. So Vision 2030 is driving positive change at every level of our society. We are growing as a vibrant society. We are growing with a thriving economy. And we are growing as an ambitious nation. And thanks to Vision 2030, we are opening up to the world. So now, let me share with you some numbers, because we are not hosting the World Cup just to host the World Cup. We want to share with you what we are doing internally. So, long ago, before we decided to bid for the World Cup, we started building our internal structure. We started investing for the future. So as you can see in the numbers, we have established recently 23 regional youth training centers, not for boys only, but for girls as well. We have established 649 academies, and we have tripled our investment in the youth system. And we continued to grow the game at every level. Today, we have 19 national teams, where in the past we used to have 7 only. So when it comes to boys' national teams, we have national teams for every age year, not every age group. So we go from 14 to 21 year by year. And we have the under 23 and we have the A national team. So what's the rationale behind this? We just wanted to keep the production line going. We wanted to keep the players having the pride of wearing the national jersey. Okay, but the competitions or the major competitions, we all know it is under 17, under 20, but imagine a player who just finished playing with the under 17, he moves to under 18, and he has to wait for like 2 years until he gets his next chance to wear the national jersey. We have more than 80,000 amateur league players. We have more than 300,000 school league players. And we have increased the coaches 50% from 21-23. But from 2019, we have quadrupled the number. And let me give you a piece of information, interesting one. 2 years ago, we did not have school league, football school league for girls. So participation, of course, was 0. That's 2 years ago. Last year, we started the league. We started the football league for girls' schools. Imagine what was the number of girls participating in that league. 40,000 girls played in that league. This year, they exceeded 70,000. So this shows the passion for football, the hunger for football. So our job is to make football accessible to all boys and girls in Saudi Arabia. The league, maybe many of you are watching the league. There are more than 50 nationalities represented in the league. And the league is being broadcasted today in over 150 countries, tripling our revenue. So, we love to host people. We love to have people in Saudi Arabia. And for those who have been in Saudi Arabia, we hope you enjoyed your experience in Saudi Arabia. So we have hosted more than 100 international events, of which were 32 plus football events hosted since 2018. Our connection with our family in Asia. We are almost working with everyone in Asia. Why? Because we believe we must work together to grow together. We cannot grow alone. We want to grow, but we all have to work together to grow together. So we have the privilege of hosting the Asian Cup, and thanks to you all for trusting us to host the next edition of the Asian Cup in 2027. So the next natural step is to host the World Cup and bring the World Cup back, not to Saudi Arabia only, but to bring it back to Asia. So our dream to host the World Cup in 2034 is based on our reality today. We are counting on our love of the game, our country's transformation, and the energy of the young people. So, no surprise that our bid slogan is growing together. So we are growing people together. Imagine 63% of our population are below the age of 30. So imagine 63% of our population were not born yet when Brazil won the World Cup in 1994. I know what's going on maybe in your heads right now, and yes, it's true. We grow old. So if you can imagine, 63% did not watch the World Cup in 1994. We are growing football together. We love to work with everyone. We love to cooperate with everyone. So we all grow together. We grow football together, and we grow connections together. So now let me take you through a quick glance through our bid. So we are proposing to host the World Cup in 15 stadiums in 5 different cities with around 134 training sites in additional 10 different cities. And we have more than 200,000 room keys in the hotels. But more important than that, we will welcome everyone with our usual warm smile and warm heart. So the first city, Riyadh. I think maybe many of you have been to Riyadh. It's the capital city. The population is more than 7 million, and Riyadh would stage around 50% of the competition in 8 different stadiums. Now, we go to the western coast, Jeddah, the second largest city in Saudi Arabia, with 4 proposed stadiums. Going to the other side of Saudi Arabia, the eastern coast, Al Khobar, with 1 proposed stadium, which is being built now and will be used in the Asian Cup 2027. Going to the south, the mountainous city, Abha, it will have 1 stadium, and the futuristic city, NEOM, which is being built now. NEOM is just, let's say, a city out of this world. So this city will have one stadium as well to host the World Cup. Our location, so our country's location, basically Saudi Arabia's location is connecting 3 continents. We are like in the heart of the world with around 60% of the world's population are within 8 hours of flight of Saudi Arabia. So we are an easy country to get to, but also we are an easy country to get around, with an average flight of 2 hours between the host cities. So, as I said, it's a World Cup not only for Saudi Arabia, it's a World Cup for Asia. It's a celebration of our unique and diverse continent. It's furthering footballing cooperation across our continent for years to come, and it's fostering a sense of unity and pride. So, ladies and gentlemen, it's time to bring the World Cup back to Asia. It's time to celebrate it together. It's time to continue to prove to the world that we can deliver competitions to the highest standards as we showed them before. So, let's do it together, and let's grow together.
Thank you very much, Mr. Yasser and Mr. Ibrahim, for giving us a deeper understanding of the BIT, its vision, and its potential impact. With that, we would now like to invite the audience to ask any questions they may have. Do you have any question for Mr. Ibrahim? Okay, we have a question from...
Brian, thank you for a very wonderful presentation. My question is really not directly related to the World Cup, but it's still football related, because Saudi has transformed your league. You have revolutionized your infrastructure for the World Cup. Can you share with us, are there any other initiatives that you're growing behind the scene that will excite us too?
Okay, thank you. So we showed you just a glance of basically what we are doing in Saudi Arabia. Basically, as I mentioned, 63%, again, I'm not trying to convince you that we grow old, but 63% of our population are below the age of 30. And what's number one sport in Saudi? It's football. What's number two? Football. What's number three? Still football. So, and I'm sure maybe you have seen our love for the game when our friends in Qatar, they have hosted the best World Cup ever and the best Asian Cup ever. I'm sure you have witnessed the passion of our people to the game. So basically what we are doing today is that we are paving the way for these 63%, okay, of our population to live football, to participate in football, whether as players, whether as management, whether as coaches. So we are basically trying to make all the resources available to our population. Maybe I'll give you an example of what we are doing today. We have established recently a research center. It's called Safir, okay? So this research center basically is that we are investing in studies to develop the game, whether internally or externally. We have also, and maybe I have presented this to you before, we have built our own, let's say, it's not only an ERP system, but it's also a competition system, a refereeing system. It's a system that we use, let's say, we live in that system. So we have built this system from scratch, okay? And we have the privilege to create a giveaway version because we found the solution. So we wanted to share the solution with the rest of the world. So we have created this giveaway version for any that's available for grab for any member association that wants to implement our system. And we are working with many member associations through the system. So we have shared this knowledge with the world. So basically, if I want to go on and on about what we are doing, it will take me forever. But we are basically, again, to confirm that we are paving the way for these young generations to come, to enjoy football. Thank you.
Thank you, Ibrahim, for this presentation and giving us an insight on what Saudi Arabia. Firstly, we're very proud that the World Cup is going to come back to Asia, to Saudi Arabia and West Asia in specific. I'd like to understand your plans, your technical plans. I mean, the players that most probably are going to be playing in the World Cup in 2034 are 16 or 15 today. Maybe that's at their prime. So I'd just like to understand the technical development strategy because hosting a World Cup at such an important event brings a lot of pressure on the players themselves coming at such an important event. We have full faith in your ability to organize a wonderful World Cup, but on the technical level, just to understand the trajectory and the plans moving forward with your national teams to ensure that they're at the level that's necessary at that time.
Thank you. Thank you. So, we have conducted a study and using the previous 4 winners of the World Cup, just to try to see the average age for these winners. And we have compared it to our average age of our national teams, or our national team in the previous 3 editions. And the interesting fact is that we found the winners, the average age of the winners was around 26 years, 0.8, okay? And the average of our players, the average of our national team in the past 3 editions was around 28.8. So there is a 2-year difference. And that proved the idea we have, or the perspective we had, that usually our players, let's say in the region, they reach maturity at a late age than the rest of the world. The reason behind it is that they did not start at an early age. I'll give you an example. Before 2019, our youngest local domestic competition was the under 16. That was the youngest competition. So imagine you scout for a player who is 16, he plays in the league. Few months later, he plays in the under 17 qualifiers. Few months later, he plays in the Asian Cup, the under 17 Asian Cup. So imagine the experience he had. It was, maybe it's only less than 1 year of experience of playing football at a high level. So that's why we noticed that our under 17 national team has not been doing well. Okay. In 2019, we introduced the under 15 and under 13 league. So the players who started in the under 13 league in 2019, by the time they reached 2023, okay, with about, let's say, 4 years experience, they went on and played in the under 17 Asian Cup. For the first time since 2008, so after 15 years, we managed to qualify to the quarterfinal. Okay? And thanks to our friends in Uzbekistan, we got knocked out. Okay. But at least we found the problem and we solved it. So going back to the average age. So basically, we took the curve of the 26.8 years of the winners, the average of the winners, and we applied it as if we are today in 2034. And we found out that the generation targeted to play in 2034 is a spectrum going from players born 2001 to about 2015. So today we have a certain program for every age group. So by the time they reach the World Cup, they will be ready.
Thank you very much. Do we have other questions for Mr. Ibrahim? With that, we conclude the Q&A session. And we would like to, Mr. Ibrahim, please remain on the stage. And we would now like to invite FIFA Council member, Mr. Mariano Araneta Jr. to the stage for a pennant presentation. Thank you, Mr. Mariano and Mr. Ibrahim. You may take your seats. Ladies and gentlemen, with great pleasure, we would like to present our next speaker, Mr. Razvan Burleanu, FIFA Council member and president of Romanian Football Federation. Under his leadership, the Romanian national team participated in 2 UEFA Euro tournaments, the Olympic Games, and saw the under-21 team qualify for 3 consecutive European final tournaments. Razvan focus on grassroots football development has led to a remarkable 400% increase in participation, with over 400,000 Romanians now playing in 78 competitions. Today, he will be speaking on entrepreneurial approach in football management, a game changer for innovation organizations. Welcome, Razvan. You have the floor.
Good afternoon to everybody. And as I decided that the topic for today is the entrepreneurial approach, this short introduction that was done about me, it is updated only at the end of 2023. So today you will see totally different figures, much better than Victoria presented to you. But first of all, I want to thank you very much to all of you for this opportunity to be together with you already for the 4th time in a row. I remember very well that when I was for the first time invited by AFC, it was an online event. After, we moved to Riyadh, where I discovered my best friends from Saudi Arabia, and I'm very happy for them that, let's say, they have this clear pathway to 2034. After I visited Tashkent, and I was very happy this year to see an amazing World Cup in futsal being organized in Uzbekistan, so really congratulations. And now in Seoul for the first time in Korea for myself. So what's next? Maybe not for myself, but for sure for Korea and for Mr. Chung. So maybe in the future we'll come back here also for a World Cup. Yeah? I'm here in front of you today to share our transformative stages. For the majority of you that you join all these 3 events already, the online, Riyadh, Tashkent, maybe you will discover this pathway. For sure, we will speak today about transformative stages, but decisive, I would say, in the Romanian football. But before this, I want to thank you very much to Datuk Seri and Vahid to invite me for this event. And I can share with you that day by day, I already feel part of the AFC family. I hope that in one day to not receive an official invitation Romania to join AFC, because I really love UEFA. So, but let's hope that in one day I will be able to invite all of you in Bucharest, okay, not for an UEFA Congress, but for a FIFA one. Until then, I can say that we developed, and with many of us, we started to speak a lot, and also some of you visited Romania for different workshops or different youth tournaments. I can say that we developed already a very trusting relationship. And I hope today to be a good ambassador of my country and for sure Europe through my presence here. I hope to really engage with the audience, to be relevant, because this is the most important for every speaker. And at the same time, I hope to resonate to all of you. As I'm trying in the coming 45 minutes to share with you my personal journey, building and leading the Romanian Football Federation. The central subject of my presentation today is how to build an organization, a football federation in a mid-sized country in Europe with the main objective to drive growth before profit. Yes, because like all of you, we are a non-profit organization, and sometimes I have the feeling, like many of you, that football became too much a business, very expensive and less accessible for many of us, losing sometimes the social relevance. In my point of view, this could be one of the biggest challenges for us, not tomorrow, but in the coming 10 or 20 years. I'm leading our federation for already 10 years, so being elected at 29 years old, with only one mission in that moment, but still today, to grow football in my country as a social phenomenon with its social and community values. This was my faith and conviction from early beginning. And if you'll have the opportunity to meet any colleague from our federation, he or she will share the same thing. So which says a lot about us as a federation. During this period of time, I have to recognize that I learned a lot. I learned that an organization doesn't change to an incremental development by itself. You really need a social movement from the top management to the last employee. Last employee, I mean the last one who joined the organization. So nothing about the position working in our federation. To lead the football in a country like Romania, so I will try to speak much more about Romania because I suppose that I will need more time, more years to discover much better Asia and to make correlation. But in my perspective, yeah, to not use my opinion, as we learned today, if it works for us, a mid-sized country in Europe, with all the challenges that we have, I'm pretty sure that it could work for every country. The first learning after 10 years, it is that to lead the football growth in a such country, you need two perspectives, aspiration and desperation. Aspiration to shape the future, to work today for an impact in 5, 10 years, or even more sometimes. And desperation to feel tomorrow is your last day. Yes, aspiration and desperation are the key for sure for us. In my case, it works very well. I'm still a hard worker together with my colleagues. Like many of you, I suppose that you are still alive here in this conference room. I strongly believe that only with this combination between aspiration and desperation, you can really achieve what means the greatness for a sport organization. Even if I grew up in Romania with many, many challenges, and I didn't grow up in a developing country and economy, I consider myself to be very lucky for 3 reasons. First, living in Romania, I had the experience of a democratic transition of our country after the collapse of the communist regime in the 90s, which we learn living with it. It's very important. Comparing with all the others who have to discover through different books or articles. And I can, please believe me, it's very useful, this experience in any organization. Secondly, I had the opportunity to lead the reform of the most important sport organization in our country, which is also another relevant opportunity, I would say. So these 2 perspectives helped me a lot, helped me a lot to discover and to rediscover again the sport organization. Today, I would be able even to pay to receive such opportunity. Third, because I mentioned 3 reasons, I'm very lucky because I'm here in front of you. Leaders who convinced me to travel more than 10,000 kilometers for 45 minutes to speak in front of you. And please believe me, Romania doesn't want to apply for the World Cup. I don't need votes in Asia, and so on. But I'm doing this, first of all, because it's a friendship with Vahid, after I discovered Datuk Seri, and we are very close. But it's part of our culture. We want to share, and especially because when we started, we didn't receive a huge support from different stakeholders. And it's very important through this kind of meetings, workshops, let's say everyone to be very honest and to share not only what went very well, but also when, let's say, you are doing mistakes. So I hope that today, some of you, you'll find an inspiration how to build and how to lead your sport organization. The majority of you, maybe you'll remember my presentation 1 year ago under the title, Our Transformational Journey and Pathway to Success, the Dynamics of the Romanian Football. When I have presented to you 4 directions of action, football, business, community, and sustainability. But also, maybe some of you will remember that at the end of my presentation, I introduced to you 4 game changers for our organization, for the future. Technology, innovation, education, and diversity, on which we are able to consolidate our success and to prepare the organization for the next cycle, as we close a cycle by 10 years in 2024. 10 years because I started my first mandate in 2014. Now, I'm coming in front of you to share our achievements at the end of 2024. Because when I was invited in Tashkent, we missed only one achievement, the qualification of the A national team. And like media in Romania, they told to me, okay, everything is looking very well and so on, but still we have to criticize you as president because you don't run so much, you don't score, you don't make the better selection. And immediately I realized that I'm not a coach and even a player, even if maybe sometimes I would dream in one day, for sure. It was 30 years already to play for our national team. So when we met in Tashkent, it was only 1 point missing. the qualification of the A national team. With the A national team, finally, at the end of 2023, we succeeded to qualify after 8 years to a final tournament, even from the first position in the group stage. And Emily, for sure, was very upset, yeah, because she's coming from Switzerland, and we won. We got 4 points from Switzerland. So, from the same position, we qualify for the round of 16 in Germany this year for the Euro 2024, which was the best sporting result for Romania in the last 24 years. At the level of under 21, we qualified not 3 times, but 4 times in a row, Victoria, for a final tournament, which means, because in Europe we have under 21, not under 20 like you here in AFC, which means a high level of predictability on future performance. As this year in Germany, during the Euro 2024, 21 players out of 26 played for the under 21 for the last 3 generations. Imagine maybe if we will not be able to qualify, if we will be able to qualify at the senior level for Euro 2024. And even more, Romania now, and I would like to surprise you a little bit, is in top 6 in Europe. Because until now, only 6 nations in Europe succeeded to qualify at the level of under 21 4 times in a row. And for sure, the technical strategy, as Khalil asked Ibrahim, played an amazing role. And something more, at the level of under 21, which is a real benchmarking for us, in the past, we qualified only once, in 1998. In terms of the participation, Victoria, another update, we succeeded at the end of 2024 to increase 5 times more. At the end of 2023, we succeeded to increase 3 times more. And still Romania has plenty of opportunities and plenty of potential to continue to grow in terms of the participation. And I strongly believe that this could be the reality in every country if you are doing what you have to do. And when I'm speaking about this, for us, any investment in the participation is not only, let's say, to increase the selection pool or to have an impact in terms of the reputation, but also, even if the mission for us is to grow football, we have to finance all the activity. And we discovered that if you start to play football before 10 years old, you'll become much more addicted to buy football, which means a direct impact in terms of the football consumption, in terms of how much money you can get from the TV rights, sponsorship deals, ticketing, hospitality, and so on. And when I'm speaking that we are still able to improve, now in Europe we have an average in terms of the participation around 2.7% of the population. So 2.7% of the population is playing football. Romania is still is in this moment at 3%, so above the average, but we strongly believe that we are able to continue to improve. And in terms of the revenues, even if, as I mentioned before, we drive growth before profit, we managed to increase 3 times more our revenues, only from the private sector, because we don't want to take public money and we don't want to use public funds in our activity. But how exactly we did this and how do we look at the future? We have to recognize that the Football Federation is harder than to run a private organization. Sometimes in this kind of conferences, when we invite speakers from the corporate sector, and you will discover through my presentation that I'm not speaking about the corporate sector, I'm speaking about an entrepreneurship approach, which is completely different. But when we invite speakers from the corporate sector, they will say to us, and they will try to learn to teach us, that every process, every procedure from the corporate sector will apply to all football federations. I don't want to say that is wrong, but it's more hard to run a football federation than any private organization. In football federation, the decision-making is more dispersed. We have to face more resistance to change or public scrutiny for us, players or coaches. Many times, we as presidents or general secretaries, we have to play multiple games in the same period of time. As managers, we struggle, in my point of view, like never before. First of all, to unify diverse teams, to engage with the clubs, to talk with the governments, to convince the sponsor to finance our activity, plus, to not forget, to align with the vision of the international sport and football organization. So, very interconnected roles, I would say, to be today a president or a general secretary in a football federation. This is the reason why, at the heart of our organization, is a mission-driven entrepreneurship approach, based for sure on great management skills, which wants to generate innovation, culture, and capabilities. And I will come back about this. Today, problem solving is not anymore sufficient, like maybe it was 10 or 20 years ago. To have a culture of innovation and to explore new perspectives together with a very diverse and competent team with proper capabilities is the only one way. This is what we learn running our federation. According to our experience, with a long-term vision, with values and principles, under a clear strategy, we never deviate and we build a strong organization. I would like again to surprise you a little bit. To achieve the greatness is not enough only the implementation of a good strategy. You need a bigger ambition than strategy. And this is vision. Moving from vision to build a culture and to empower dynamic capabilities for all your organization, inside and outside. What I mean inside and outside? For sure, inside means all the employees working for the federation, but outside, at the end of the day, we're a federation, so which means that we have to rely on the clubs, we have to rely on the county football associations, regional football associations, plus sponsors, governments, and so on. To be able to build a culture plus the capabilities, you need a quality management system in place, which is a systematic approach to ensuring that products, services, or processes meet or exceed expectations or even premises. It involves planning, implementing, and controlling the quality through the entire life cycle of a product or service delivered by a football federation. By implementing quality management practices, Football Federation can improve for sure the overall performance, can reduce costs, improve efficiency, increase supporter satisfaction, and at the end of the day, to enhance the reputation. I'm sure that it's very challenging in every country to introduce a new culture at the level of the football. It doesn't matter if you're coming from Asia or Europe. Because when you want to change, when you want to make a change, you will automatically have as enemies all those who benefited from the old system. And those who will benefit from the new order are still reluctant to show their support. Because generally, as human beings, we are very skeptical of everything new and sometimes disruptive. Like, for example, it could be the implementation of the Swiss model in a competition format, like we have, for example, in the Champions League now in Europe, in UEFA. We implemented a similar model 3 years ago already. Or different regulations that we have to set up as federations or confederations to enhance the investments in the women's football, or to launch a new brand of the national team, or even a new t-shirt, because every supporter will have a say about it. You name it, and we can continue to give different examples, especially because every one of you has different experiences back at home dealing with media, with supporters, or the governments. But at the end of the day, we have to make the difference as leaders. Great organizations required a specific mission. The mission which I assume in my country is to be the guardian of a much wider interest. Beyond the political power of being the president with a term limit or without a term limit. So I don't run my federation with the objective of my re-election. My vision, or the vision of our federation, is that football and the Romanian Football Federation has to become the most relevant social partner in our country. And at the same time, to engage with as many Romanians as possible. So this is the mission that we assume. And if you are consistent in your mission, you will be very predictable and successful in achieving the strategic objectives, exceeding expectations and premises, and for sure in getting the support from all the stakeholders. What I mean, because I want to insist on this idea, to exceed expectations and premises. If we have to go back 10 years ago, nobody will give us any chance in 10 years from now to triple, to increase 3 times more the revenues, the participation to increase 5 times more, and so on. And why? Because you cannot be used with this kind of improvements. Everyone, our friends from UEFA or FIFA, they told us, look, if you'll be able to increase 50% in 3-4 years from now, it will be amazing. But for us, what was amazing for them, it was close to a disaster, especially financially, because we are very close to a bankruptcy in that period of time, and so on. So sometimes the data are very important, but if you have a very clear vision and you are strong commitment, you have to go beyond this. And this is what, at the end of the day, leadership means. But how does an entrepreneurial culture manifest itself in a sport organization? Because at the end of the day, this is what I'm trying to share with you and to convince you. In my point of view, after 10 years running a football federation, but having also, I would say, a little experience at the international level, everything has to be done with humility, intelligence, empathy, compassion, grace, strength, and ambition. But no one characteristic more than the other one. So the balance is the key, and it's up to everyone how you want to work with this balance. At the same time, I have to be very honest with you and to share that some of our great initiatives with a huge impact in terms of the revenues or reputation were not included in our strategic documents. Many speakers will tell you that you have to stick on the strategic plan and so on and so on. So we had a completely different experience. Even our strategic plans are very well written, very well implemented, and so on. So the great initiatives were not able, let's say, to visualize a few years ago. Because the premises, as I mentioned before, didn't allow us to go so far away. The truly innovative ideas came due to this entrepreneurial culture, which was created from the first day in our organization. And I will try to give you some examples to understand much better how this approach, the entrepreneurial one, is working in our organization. One of our best examples, it is represented by the brand strategy, which proposes a diversification or a split between the brand of the national team, the Romanian Cup, and the federation itself. In the past, we used only one brand, one logo for everything. So if you are looking on the left side, this was the logo, this was the brand that we used for everything. It doesn't matter if it's the federation as an organization, the national team, or even the cup. I don't want to continue that it was the same story with the youth competitions and so on. I must recognize at the same time that through the design of the new federation brand, we solve also a lie. I don't know if you can see on this, but on the screen, but it's written 1909, the year of the foundation of our federation. So the truth is that our federation was not founded in 1909. The federation was founded in 1930, even if the first game was played in 1922. So through the new brand strategy that we adopted, we succeeded in a way to hide also this lie that many, many, many years, let's say we as an organization, we try to cheat the supporters and so on. In terms of the revenues, through this split and diversification, we managed to increase 3 times more the revenues for the national team, and the same story for the Romanian Cup. Nothing so difficult at the end of the day. So, if we understand very well the global reality, it would be very difficult for a manager, for any manager, to imagine today how exactly he or she will manage different projects or initiatives in 3 or even 5 years from now. What about a crisis? What about when a crisis is coming in front of us? Or maybe a disruptive approach from a relevant stakeholders. It doesn't matter the name of the stakeholder. Could be the government, could be the main sponsor, could be FIFA, could be AFC in your case, or UEFA in our case. But shaping culture plus capabilities means to co-create the future and to help you to transform your organization in an innovative one. And by consequence, to not be afraid to explore the unknown future and to prepare yourself for a real fast-changing future. Flexibility in football management is very important. How to change, how to adapt, to find a way to make the things happen at the end of the day. This is our case when we are speaking about the merchandising strategy. We improve from 100K to 6 million euro in 2024, only from the sales of the sport equipment under the umbrella of the national team. But we didn't stop. We went even further and we developed a special brand, a totally special brand, because we wanted to monetize all this experience that we accumulated in the merchandising and in the retail strategy. And what we did, together with our main sponsor, which is one of the most important retailers in the country, we developed another brand, Supportero. And now, in terms of the level, we achieved this year already, now at the end of October, 30 million euro, 30, with more than 60 products, food and non-food. And the sales are done, let's say, only in this network. So another innovative idea that we are able to put on the table. I will try to continue to give you other examples and to argue to you that the culture and capabilities are more important than the implementation of a good strategy. First of all, the future is not the past. You cannot go to the future doing what you did in the past. We have to shape the future, or the future will replace us. It doesn't matter if you are presidents or general secretaries. The future doesn't have time to wait us. And I want to pick up for you other examples. We use, for example, the context of Euro 2024 to generate other marketing innovative ideas. As I mentioned before, after 8 years, we qualified to Euro 2024. And we wanted to use this tournament as a game changer in the way how we want to position the players and the federation in the relationship with the supporters. Every one of you, it doesn't matter if, according to the Saudi statistics, you are below 30 years old or above, you have to remember that in 1994, Romania was very successful with a gold generation, with Hagi on the pitch. By the way, his son is playing now again for our national team. From one side, I have to recognize that it's amazing to have such generation in the history of any football federation. But from the other side, could create a lot of challenges. If the supporters will lose the trust in the current players or federation to deliver better results, or the sponsors to refuse to support. So what we did, this was the context. And we, for sure, we qualify to the Euro 2024. For sure, we as presidents, general secretaries, when we are going in front of the media, we have to make a lot of promises that we will win everything and so on. So what we did, we didn't promise to our supporters that our players will perform better than the previous generation. All of us, we did a switch in terms of the communication, speaking about a bigger objective, to inspire a nation from what is happening on the pitch and off the pitch. So this was the mission when we left Romania and we went to Germany this summer. And we wanted to create a stronger relationship between the players and the supporters, calling the team, how I discovered a few days ago, not Ruby, not Diamond, not Diamond or Silver generation, but the Soul generation, Generația de Suflet in the Romanian language. And this is now the label, how we can see this generation being promoted in different marketing campaigns, media articles, graffiti, or even tattoos. So now, the Soul generation is on tattoos on different supporters. For sure, on players' tattoos, 100%. Other achievement was represented by the yellow wall in Germany. It was for the first time in our history when more than 40,000 Romanians attended a game outside the country. It was for the first time in our history. And many others were in the fan zones, organized by UEFA, where we as a federation, we activated very well, or even on the streets. But with pride, but wearing the yellow t-shirt with pride, which means at the end of the day, an assumption of belonging to Romania. And this was at the end the most important. And this is an image from Germany, from Euro 2024, and from that moment, this is a characteristic for all the games that we are playing now in Romania. And this doesn't matter if it's official or friendly. And sometimes our supporters are traveling even abroad. Yeah? So in the past, we didn't have this approach in our mindset as Romanians. For example, now we are playing in the Nations League, and we travel to Cyprus, and we had more supporters than Cyprus. So just to give you a very funny example. But let's continue to other achievement, other innovative marketing ideas. For the first time in our history, in 2024, the national team games were in the first 10 positions regarding the general TV program audiences in Romania, including the friendlies. So here we included everything, every show, any other national team, even the Olympic Games. It doesn't matter. The first 10 positions were occupied only by the national team games. And the next positions are occupied by the under-21 national team. The global TV audience was huge. It is for the first time in our history when Romania, let's say, was able to contribute to this global TV audience. Plus the fun walk, which was organized in Köln. And this fun walk brought together more than 18,000 Romanians walking from the fun zone to the stadium. And this is a photo. I want to go even much more forward. We created even a documentary movie in the heart of the national team with an audience around 2 million of Romanians in cinemas or in front of TVs. It was, again, for the first time in our history when the Federation created such movie. And, believe me, it was also a profitable project for us. And we discovered a new way how to make money from the same sponsors. Yeah, because sometimes when you sign a sponsorship deal, the sponsors don't want to renegotiate. So we're able, through all these innovative ideas, to take more money from the same sponsors. Also, we were able, let's say, to engage much better with our supporters through an app, Tricolori, but also in terms of the engagement on the social media, we register big numbers. Sport diplomacy. Sport diplomacy was another tool for us. When we finished the tournament in Germany, we left a letter in the dressing room with many topics very sensitive for the German audience. At the same time, in every city where we played, we organized different events together with the local authorities, the German local authorities, plus the local community of Romanians living in Germany. All the initiatives received an amazing media coverage at the international level, with a monetization done by a media agency to be evaluated over $10 million, and a very positive impact from all our stakeholders, including government, sponsors, supporters, and so on. And this approach helped us a lot in terms of the reputation. And why? Because at the end of the day, if we assume to have a wider mission and a wider objective, you have to take care about the reputation. You cannot look only to the financial figures, how many spectators are coming, and so on. In August, after 1 month, the level of the trust of the Romanians in the Romanian Football Federation was 48% positive in terms of the reputation. 48%, comparing with 17%, 10 years ago. 17% still today is a characteristic of all the public institutions in Romania, governments, parliaments, and so on. I suppose that even if we are living in democracies, this is the level of the trust in the institutions in the majority of the countries. So it was a huge shift in the relationship with the supporters, with the media, with the government, and so on. But if I'm speaking about the government, even if in the last 10 years we change 10 prime ministers in Romania, so 1 prime minister per year, so this is our reality, but still Romania is a very stable country, we succeeded a strong partnership with the government based on credibility and reputation. Now, we are the only one country in central and eastern side of Europe with 8 stadiums open in last 8 years, plus 5 stadiums under construction. So, but even if this is a context, no plan for the World Cup. The target for us was not only the stadiums for the professional football, but also the football facilities for children. We signed an agreement with the government for 150 football facilities, 1.5 million euro per each, which means a full-size football pitch, floodlights, dressing rooms, plus a stand by 500 seats. 40 are already finalized. 60 are in the progress under construction with the deadline in 2025, and 50 in different preparatory stages, so which means that 26 or 27 will be able to achieve this target, 150 full-size football pitches with everything around. And please believe me, I'm not a friend of the government. 6 years ago, when we have elections, the president of the ruling political party was fully against us. But the guy in the meanwhile went to jail, and we are able to run the Football Federation. I would like to share you another approach, which is based on sharing with the main objective to develop the football economy in my country. If you want to increase the market and your sporting performance, don't keep your secrets or good work only for you. Develop services that can help your clubs to grow, as the objectives of the national teams are the objectives of the clubs. And the objectives of the clubs are the objectives of the national teams. One of the innovative tools used to achieve this vision, and it's only one, we have plenty of other ideas, is the Intelligence Center, which has the aim to revolutionize the Romanian football through by using data and advanced analysis. In this moment, we created the same framework in terms of video analysis for all the football clubs from first league, second league, the best 24 academies, plus the best 8 women football clubs playing in our Super League. And much more in terms of the culture of collaboration between the federation and clubs, universities, local authorities, governments, plus parents. So parents represent for us another key element. And I would say, if I want to conclude, it's all about people, the teammates, internally and externally. After we have learned to listen to them, and we have to remember 1 year ago, somebody had a presentation about listening in this conference. In my point of view, empathy is more important than listening. I'm calling my teammates, internally but also outside, football explorers. We encourage risk-taking in our organization because we created a culture of collaboration, embracing learning from our failure. And for sure, we have also many mistakes during this period of time. And this was the approach which I discovered to be very important. If not, the organization, every employee will be very afraid to run fast, to explore, or to take initiatives. Until now, for example, what we are speaking inside, that we succeeded as a federation to run fast, breaking many borders. From now on, we want to run even faster. How? Having such entrepreneurial approach, and even in every department, an entrepreneurship approach. An entrepreneurial culture means also a learning environment. I'm learning day by day together with my colleagues. And this was the reason why the education became very important for us. And every time when I have the opportunity, I speak with Vahid, and I discover that even if we are coming from different cultures, different confederations, we have the same ideas. It's so nice when you have this opportunity to discover this. So, if I have to summarize, talent and passion to serve are the foundation of our journey. I serve also in any other position in my country, in public sector, before to join our federation. And maybe it had a strong influence on my behavior. Internally, this was the reason why internally we adopted a life learning principle. More than 70% of the employees are joining minimum 1 educational program per year. So this is the key figure that we have today. At the same time, externally now, 3 years ago, we created a foundation with only one focus, education, the National Football Academy, which in the meantime educated more than 4,000 Romanians who are working in our clubs, county football associations. Some of them accidentally became member of the parliament or member of the government. So now our network is much more important. Doing this, I can share another conclusion. As human beings, when we feel resourceful, we behave more powerful. So when I'm going back in my organization, knowing that everyone is very well educated, finishing his or her studies abroad or in the best universities in Romania, or coming from the corporate sector where he or she achieved the biggest results, and working today in our federation, I feel very powerful. So maybe this is the reason why I have to thank also to my colleagues, because for 1 week I'm here, and the federation is still going very well. Another characteristic of our team is the next one. More than 50% of the directors or managers never work in football before joining the Romanian Football Federation. More than 50% of them. Yeah, so in the morning we understood that many times maybe we have to face the question, but that's football. Yeah, you don't understand, yeah, Fred? So more than 50% are coming from outside football. But I have to recognize we spend a lot of time for hiring somebody in our federation. Average age. If 10 years ago I was the youngest in the federation, the youngest, 29 years old, now I'm forced to bring younger people just to not feel it's still the youngest. So we succeeded to decrease the average age, which is 38 years in this moment. Over 35% women. In the past, women will be only PAs in our federation. Now, over 50% of the top management positions in our federations are occupied by women. Even the licensing department, in charge to provide the license if you want to play or not in the first league, this department is run by women. Where did she work in the past? In PricewaterhouseCoopers. Just to understand when I'm speaking that over 50% of my colleagues are coming from other sectors of activity. At the same time, I have to recognize and to share with you that we introduced a hybrid working environment before pandemic crisis to come. And why? Because as manager, I'm not interested about the time that you spend sitting on a chair. I'm interested only about the results. It doesn't matter if you'll finish in 1 hour or you need 40 hours, for sure. Having this flexibility in our schedule, in our program, the people are working more hours than maybe they work in the past. I have also a joke that I want to share with you, which is based on reality. 10 years ago, when I came in the federation, so because at the beginning of my presentation, I shared with you that I wanted to present to you different stages of transformation of our federation, but for sure decisive. 10 years ago, when you enter in our federation, when we would enter in our federation, you had a notebook where everyone was supposed to sign. After, in another stage, we introduced electronic cards. And now we have the hybrid working, and it's much more efficient than everyone comparing with the previous two methods that we used. And also from the sporting side, because at the end of the day, we have to take care about the results. We have to deliver. Even our coaches succeeded to make a shift in terms of the mindset, and they stopped to be the coaches only of the national team in the 5 FIFA windows in a year. They are real coaches now, 365 days in a year. So, because my time already finished, a short conclusion for a major transformation. And in my point of view, if it works for us, for sure it could work everywhere at the global level. First of all, define clearly what greatness means for you. What is the mission? What is the drive? Why you are going day by day in the office and you don't want to switch to other organizations. Secondly, nurture entrepreneurial culture and capabilities inside your organization. And keep it day by day, year by year. So this target that we have, that more than 70% of our employees to enter in an educational program year by year is still there. But don't stop only on your success. Look also outside. Like AFC is doing now with all this platform that they created through this Academic Excellence Center. And third, diverse and competent people will make a difference. So thank you very much, and thank you very much that you listened.
Thank you very much, Razvan. Your approach is truly inspiring, and I'm sure it offers fresh perspective to our audience. And also, thank you for updating us on the recent achievements.
Thank you very much.
With that, we would now like to open the floor for questions.
Before to take the official pennant.
Thank you, Razvan. Look, I was really intrigued about your merchandise strategy. How you increased from 100K to 6 million. And I think you mentioned that you increased your product line to 60. Could you give us some examples of some unique merchandise that you sold? And also where you sold it. Did you sell it in retail stores, stadium, or did you sell online?
So we have two different approaches. One is the sales of the sport equipment under the umbrella of the national team. Under this umbrella, the level of the sales is 6 million euro. How we did it? First of all, we started to open different shops in big shopping malls, and we don't pay for anything. And why? Because the shopping mall was very much interested for our reputation and for our presence. In the past, no shop run by the Federation, no shop on the market. At the same time, without to pay anything, because you have to be innovative, we opened 2 shops in the biggest shopping mall in Romania, which is the airport, the international airport, and also which help us a lot. So this is in terms of the sales and for sure online. In terms of the sales for under the umbrella of the national team. But we wanted to even go forward, and we created another brand which is called Suportero. Suportero means the Romanian supporter, like an abbreviation, and is a joint venture only for this brand between the Federation and Reve Group, which is a German company, a retailer. And we are selling more than 60 products, food and non-food, and we achieve 30 million only from the sales this year from this brand. What we are selling? We are selling even food for dogs, food for cats, yeah, peanuts, water, everything that you can imagine, and everything that any Romanian would like to buy when he's going to a shop. And why? Because what we did, we replaced the private label, because now this is the trend. The retailers want to have private labels because they discover that they can make more money from this. We replaced the private label of this company, of this retailer, a German one, with our private label, Suportero, which means automatically that now is a real marriage between our federation and this retailer for many years from now on. Because also for them, it will become very difficult to replace this private label from one day to another day. And the sales for sure will continue to increase. From this, for sure, in this industry, you don't have a big margin. But still, if you are able to achieve 3-4%, it's amazing. And also to increase year by year the sponsorship deal. So this is our strategy. And next year, if you'll continue to invite me, I will share you even the next step.
Do we have other questions? We have one from the floor. Sir.
Thank you, Razwan. Yes. Razwan, thank you for a very insightful presentation. Among other things, you mentioned the 2 key factors for success, aspiration and desperation, if I'm not wrong.
Right.
I'm sure you personally have added the 3rd factor, which is inspiration, which resulted in the success, and congratulations on that. You also shared at the beginning of presentation that when you first started, the journey wasn't that smooth and wasn't easy. And I think particularly you mentioned that you didn't get the support of some of the stakeholders, right? So my question, or perhaps my request is that could you share with us who are some of these stakeholders that you didn't get the support? And did you get the support eventually? And if you did, how did you manage to get the support and win them over? Because stakeholders are important. They are like heartbeat of football. So, we can't do without them.
10 years ago, first of all, because to have the possibility, let's say, to implement this approach, you have to have a leadership position. You cannot do it outside or only being a director in a federation. So it has to come top down. So 10 years ago, I was elected only from the 2nd round. So it was a very fragile support, even if, let's say, I was very lucky, because otherwise you will not expect that at 29 years old you can be elected in any country. Still, I'm an ambassador and an advocate of this idea, just to be sure that also other youngsters could be elected in their countries. 4 years after, let's say we won the elections with more than 70%, even if the government was fully against us. And why? Because in a country like Romania, because when you are looking to Romania and you are speaking about this democratic transition, after the 90s, immediately after the 90s, in Romania it was like the Wild West. This was the reality from the 90s until 2000. From 2000 to 2010, something started to change in our approach, in our behavior, but still we had some old guys that would like to interfere and to control football and sports in general, and for sure all the other sectors. From 2000, many things started to change in our society, in our country, and many leaders, young leaders, are running now different public institutions, business sector. In the business sector, for example, some Romanians are more successful than big corporations. So we had problems or challenges with all the stakeholders: county football associations, clubs, government, media, supporters, with everyone. For example, at the beginning, in the first 3 months, I was not able, taking into consideration that we organize an EXCO meeting every month, we were not able to take any decision because the EXCO members boycotted the meetings. And why? Because also we are politicians and they were elected before myself. So they supported other candidates. Yeah? With the government, I would say that it was the most difficult with the government. And why? Because with the clubs, with the county football associations, you have more opportunities to meet, to engage, and so on. But when I'm looking to the government, imagine that the previous public investments in the infrastructure in Romania were done in the communist regime, 70s or 80s, and nothing after. So for us to convince the government to invest again in the public infrastructure was the key element. How we did it? First of all, we understood how politicians are thinking and what they want, even if they will not ask. So any politician in any democracy is interested about figures. He wants to speak an organization that could represent big numbers. So 10 years ago, 100,000 players only. Now more than 600,000. So when I'm calling, and it doesn't matter the prime minister, he will answer. He wants to meet and we can speak, and also he wants to attend the football games. Our prime minister didn't miss any football game during Euro 2024, and so on. And what they did, for sure, a real game changer for us was UEFA and Euro 2020, because around Euro 2020, and I'm pretty sure that maybe an exponential growth for football will go in Saudi Arabia, like it was in Romania. Around Euro 2020, according to the agreement that we had with UEFA, we are forced, in a way, because this was our idea, to build up 4 new stadiums in the country. All the politicians, it doesn't matter the country, they cannot invest only in the capital city. If you have an agreement with them for the capital city, they have to do it twice, also to tackle all the other communities. So this was the result. In the last 8 years, 8 new stadiums, plus 5 under construction. So, but to recognize with the government was the most difficult. But now we are aligned, we are engaged. Even together we want to develop a strategy for sport diplomacy. We want even to innovate a little bit and let's say to create even a sport law. Yeah? And why? Because also in our federation we have a special department for public policy. We are studying a lot the European legislation and we are coming with many, many proposals. So this was the context. With the clubs, completely different, because also we have owners who are very rich. Yeah, also they want to have an interest and so on. But also an objective that I work every time, it was to not have a full support. Yeah? Because if you will have a full support from everyone, I think that it will be tricky. So we are working with 80%. Even if in the last elections I succeeded to win unopposed, the main objective was to have a support by 80%. Because if 80% will be aligned behind our vision, we'll have a huge impact.
Razvan, we have one more question from the floor.
Razvan, thank you for that, and thank you, Razvan. And as you know, somebody who loved Romanian football from your golden generation, I'm really glad you're back, and I can see how you brought Romania back. I just wanted to ask you how you've applied some of this entrepreneurial approach to your younger generation, because you know, in Asia, for a lot of us, our biggest challenge is the fact that, as Ibrahim said, our biggest opportunity is that we're very young. And as that, a lot of our future football power is coming from kids, people who are kids now. So how have you taken this entrepreneurial approach down to the kids?
we have many, many initiatives, so due to the time, I was not able to speak about everything. But what we started 4 years ago, and here we are aligned also with the English FA, with the FA, how they are calling in Europe, we developed a youth council. A youth council is a project which is run for the kids, boys and girls, from 15 to 21 years old. And we bring them, we educate them for several weeks in terms of the football management, what the federation is doing. Sometimes we are inviting even people over 21 years old. And what we discovered that we can use this method, because another tool that we are using is to put to invite them to play football during this period of time. And we analyze the football activity, which means that when we make an appointment, when we hire somebody, we want really to explore, let's say, much better than that person. Which means that, for example, maybe it sounds strange, but we are looking also how he or she react on the pitch, yeah? To see what is the level of the cooperation. And now, more than 75% of our employees, and we are a really young organization, are coming from this project, from this youth council. Another initiative, we already implemented, I suppose, the 6th edition. Another initiative, because we really take care about the kids, and we have a such approach which is wider. For example, in 2 weeks from now, together with the government, we will launch the first book which is focused on the football management, on the financial football management. So we will try to use football for kids 14 years old. That it will be a book that we'll introduce in our schools, using football. And why? Because we want to learn kids, we want to learn the kids, and we want to help them to understand how the economy is going, how the society, at the end of the day, to have better citizens. Because if we'll have better citizens, for sure we'll decrease the level of the violence on the stadiums, and less supporters will ask for my resignation when a football player is missing a penalty. And this kind of stuff, so many other initiatives. Also with our players, we are working very, very well. So for example, if you make a comparison between our players today and the players from the previous generation, they are speaking very well. They are very fluent. First of all, in English. Everyone is speaking very well. And why? Because the main objective for us was that because our competition local competition is not going so well, it's only 25th in the UEFA ranking in terms of the clubs. If we want to have an influence at the level of the A national team, our players have to play abroad. If you want to play abroad, unfortunately, when I'm going to Nyon, to UEFA, nobody is speaking Romanian language. Yeah? So we started to teach them English. And at the same time, we started to teach them how to communicate. Yeah? So now, we don't have any football player, man or woman, boy or girl, who when he's in front of the TV, in front of the microphone, to say, okay, the opponent desire much more the victory today. Yeah? So they are much more aligned to our vision, and in a way it was a shift also in terms of the reputation. To increase the reputation from 17% to 48%, for sure. Every project, every initiative played an amazing and a very important role. So it's like a puzzle, I would say. Yeah? And if you don't take care about every piece, you cannot have a very clear overview.
Thank you very much. We have one more question.
Thank you, Rajwan, for an inspiring presentation. Many congratulations to you. You are truly walking the talk. You know, there are, like, you personifies what you talk in terms of delivery. Therefore, compared to 2023, what I can see is you are more motivated. You have achieved, more than what you have, spoken last time, and you are encouraged to achieve bigger things. That is what it personifies from what you have delivered today. So my one question is, you have talked about the reputation rating, yeah, from reach 17% to 48%. So who does this reputation rating? Whether you commission this somebody to rate yourself, or there is an agency who is independent doing. Because in football world, I have not come across who, these ratings are there. Therefore, and if it can be done, therefore, recently I did propose to some in India that we need to have. That way we know, like there is an independently people are looking into, and that's how, then the brands, everything can be better managed, and it can help the game in a better way and in a transparent way. So therefore, the question is on the reputation rating. Thank you.
Because I have also a political background, without to be a politician in my country, but working in the public sector before, I know in general that if you are paying for a research, you can receive what you want. Not really when, let's say, the company is an international one. This time, even if at every 2 years, we are doing what we are calling the football barometer survey. Yeah? So, and why? Because we want to analyze what are the trends, what are the perception, what the Romanian supporters are expecting for us, and so on. So even looking to all this research, we can see this trend. But this time, this research was not called by us. It was an organization from the country who wanted to test the reputation and different other stuff from different other public institutions. And somebody had the idea to put also the Romanian Football Federation, because we are very successful in the summer. So we didn't control the final results. Our results will come in December when, let's say, because we are doing it every 2 years and we don't want to spend so much money every year on research. But this kind of survey that we are doing at every 2 years is very important, because otherwise, because we are working day by day in our football federations, maybe we will lose the attention and we will not take into consideration the expectations of the supporters. And at the end of the day, they are our customers. Yeah, so, and imagine, in football it's very easy to fail.
If we do not have further questions, that will conclude the Q&A session. Thank you, Razvan.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Please remain on the stage, and we would now like to invite FIFA Council member Mr. Yasser Al-Nishal to the stage for a pennant presentation. Razvan on the left, please. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Yasser and Razvan. Thank you. We will now take a short break and reconvene at 4 p.m.
This is the 18th edition of the AFC Asian Cup. 5 cities hosting 51 matches across the next. Great looking ball in, simple chance, control of it, and Jackson Irvine taking control of the game.
There's the opening goal for Japan. Takumi Minamino. It's looped in. An incredible goal.
Hong Kong, China level just 3 minutes after the break. It is the second round of group matches starting, and here is the group start. Ahmed Yahya, one real option. He's found that option. That is absolutely extraordinary play. And Indonesia have the lead into the area, placing it into the bottom corner, and he ran and got the opening goal. Ali Madan, 5 minutes into injury time. Oman have the lead. And the debutants
of Ahmed bin Ali Stadium. It's a superb finish for the Hassan El Neymat. Career punished for giving it away.
Akram Afif again cutting inside. Akram Afif. It's the final of the AFC. Akram Afif is a hat-trick hero for Qatar. And Qatar are the AFC Asian Cup champions 2023.
Good afternoon, everybody, and welcome. Thanks for joining us here, everybody. It's a great pleasure to see so many of you.
I joined with club football. It's your job. International football is enjoyable and it's a privilege and an honor.
Ladies and gentlemen, we will resume shortly. Please return to your seats. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, please return to your seats as we will start shortly. Welcome back, everyone. Let's continue with our next and final presentation of the day. We are delighted to bring to the stage Ms. Emily Shaw, Head of Executive Office and International Relations at UEFA. Emily has been with UEFA since 2007 and has had a remarkable career in football management, including significant contributions to both UEFA and FIFA. She has played an important role in the development of women's football, leading initiatives like the Women in Football Leadership Program at UEFA and designing the first ever club benefits program for the FIFA Women's World Cup. Today, Emily will be speaking on building on the foundations of a revolution, how Gerhard Eigner transformed UEFA in the 90s and how the European governing body builds on that foundation laid by his leadership. Please join me in welcoming Emily to the stage.
Thank you. So, good afternoon, everybody. Are we still awake? Yes? Okay, I hope I managed to keep you awake for the next 30, 40 minutes or so. Just to the AFC President, Sheikh Salman, General Secretary Windsor John, and also the Deputy General Secretary of AFC, big thank you for this wonderful opportunity. It's amazing to be here in Seoul and to have listened to all of you. It's really been truly inspiring. Big thank you also to the Korean Football Association as host member associations, and also the Saudi Arabian Football Federation for their sponsorship. So today, I'm going to talk to you about a man who was a leader. His name was Gerhard Aigner, who sadly passed away this summer. He was the CEO of, he's a former CEO of UEFA. And when I was contacted to be a speaker for this event, I was wondering what I would present on. And when I found out what the theme was, I thought it was a fitting opportunity to share his story as a leader, and actually how the impact of his leadership is still being felt today. Just a little bit of background on my side. You had the introduction, but I grew up in the French-speaking part of Switzerland. I'm originally from England. I can thank my two older brothers for falling in love with the game at a very young age. I can also thank my dad, actually, for fixing the satellite dish in the right direction so that we could follow our beloved team, Manchester United, on Sky Sports and enjoy a fantastic run in the 90s that they had in winning trophies, both in England but also at the European level with the UEFA Champions League. I therefore appreciate very much the fact that I'm able to work today in football as an administrator. And still, even though I've been working in football since 2007, 17 years, I'm very appreciative of this. And I'm very appreciative of opportunities like this. Sadly, I didn't get to work with Gerhard Aigner. So when I was doing my research for this presentation, I spoke to some former colleagues, some that had retired, some that are still working at UEFA. And it was clear, and I spoke to our General Secretary and also the FIFA GS, who also worked at UEFA in the 90s, and it was clear that he inspired all of these people. So I was thinking, like, wow, there's so many football players who are legends, but you know, it's unfortunate that the guys behind the scenes, the administrators, are not necessarily considered as legends. But if there's one football administrator that I think can be considered as a legend, I would say it's Gerhard Aigner. So why have I got a picture of a kitchen here? So I wanted to start with one anecdote that was shared with me with a former colleague who used to work in the media department at UEFA, and he worked at the former headquarters in Bern. And in this kitchen is where, at the time, Gerhard Aigner gathered the staff, and this was back in the early 90s. He gathered the staff, and he asked them to vote on their preferred choice of music that had been submitted to UEFA as the potential anthem that would become the anthem of the newly created club competition, the UEFA Champions League. And I thought that was just quite a remarkable anecdote. Not only does it show how far we've come, the kitchen at UEFA has improved dramatically since these days, but isn't it crazy to think that 33 years later that the same anthem is still being used in stadia across Europe to create that dramatic atmosphere which enhances the significance of that event. So in case you haven't heard the anthem before, I have a little sound bite that I'm going to play for you in a second. And just for a little bit of fun, I added the subtitles. Maybe you didn't know that actually the words in the anthem are in the 3 official languages of UEFA, which are still the 3 official languages today: French, English, and German. So, would anyone dare to put their hand up if they haven't heard this piece of music before? The words, you didn't know the words, no. Yeah. So, I added that as a little geek thing, yeah. So, who was Gerhard Aigner? This is how I've structured the presentation. So, who was he? How did he modernize UEFA? And how is UEFA building on his legacy? So, Gerhard Aigner was born in 1943. He joined UEFA in 1969 at the age of 26. He first started off working in youth and refereeing. He was a football player himself. He was also a coach. He was a referee. He genuinely loved the game. And actually, thanks to the compact nature of the organization, he very quickly got an oversight on different areas of the organization. He was also a polyglot. He spoke many different languages. He was actually the 7th employee that joined UEFA in 1969. Today we have 803 full-time equivalents at UEFA. In 1973 he was appointed as competitions director, and in 1989 he was appointed general secretary. A few years later, following a governance reform, which we'll talk about briefly later, he was appointed as Chief Executive Officer. And in 2003, he stepped down, aged 60. And in this picture here, you can see, following his passing this summer, it was actually during the Euro, and this is a screen taken from one of the stadia. There was a minute's silence after the day after he passed away before the matches. And this is a quote taken from a message that was sent by our General Secretary to all the staff at UEFA to inform the staff of his passing. So I just took out a little quote, and he said that Gerhard Aigner was the incarnation of integrity, decency, and humanity, a role model for us all. So what was he like as a leader? He was a visionary with a philosophy, or with principles, and he was definitely thinking of his future self, of which I'm a beneficiary of. So he, very shortly after he took the reins, which was only 3 years after a horrific stadium disaster in Heysel, during the final of a European Cup between Juventus and Liverpool, where 39 people actually sadly, tragically passed away. So when he took the reins of UEFA, it was at a time when UEFA was trying to regain confidence. And he said, I have certain plans and ideas for the future. I want to make fair play a priority in every way, and I want to also show that I am open to new ideas and initiatives. I want to make it clear that in thinking ahead, we must ensure that we do not jeopardize the sporting values of the European competitions in any way. So you can already read between the lines that it was already a little bit of a threat of a breakaway at this point in history. And he did exactly that. He steered the UEFA ship through various turbulent times, the most difficult obviously being the moving forward after the Heysel disaster. There was a threat of a Super League, which he managed to prevent. And there was also the Bosman ruling, at which he had to dramatically adapt and create an array of regulatory frameworks to adapt to the drastically changed financial landscape of European football. He adapted to the ever-evolving football ecosystem, right? And he always put football first. And in fact, the slogan that you can see here, "We care about football," he was the one that created this, and you can still see this at the entrance of UEFA when you walk in. You can still see it on our notepads, on our corporate backdrops. So that is one of his legacies that is absolutely still there. And also, he was quite a special person, and I've taken these two quotes that was taken from an interview, which I wanted to share with you, which is a little bit unusual for a leader in football to say this. He said, "I'm worried about Serie A being televised at a time people used to play for their amateur clubs. Now few are playing amateur football in Italy as a consequence." He also said, "We in football have to be careful that we don't end up in Europe with one sport. Now there is so much coverage on television, we must worry that we are taking away space for the others." So I think this is just to illustrate what kind of a person and a leader Gerhard Aigner was. So how did Aigner modernize UEFA? Well, he professionalized the organization. He introduced new competitions. He introduced development programs, and he enhanced governance structures. So I'm just going to take you through a couple examples of how he did that. So you have to think, with regards to the UEFA Champions League, he was credited as one of the main architects of creating the club competition, which we all love to this day. You'll remember that before the UEFA Champions League was created, there was the European Cup, which was a knockout format. And Aigner was getting more and more, UEFA was getting more and more pressure. There was a situation where Napoli versus Real Madrid were drawn together at very early stage in the competition, and the big clubs were complaining and saying, how can it be that the best player in the world, Diego Maradona, his team be drawn against the best team in the world so early in the competition? There was the former Prime Minister, Silvio Berlusconi, who was at the time the owner of AC Milan. He was frustrated that if he would miss out on winning the league, the Serie A, the domestic competition, that he would then miss out on the very lucrative and prestigious European Cup. And so then, together with a group of, let's say, rich bullies, the threat of the Super League was already there in the late 80s, early 90s. So these are all factors that contributed to the creation of the Champions League. In parallel, there was the Premier League that was being created. There was the rising media rights values. And Aigner also understood that it was important to strike a balance with how he was going to revamp the competition, that national leagues should remain the core business of clubs. And it was also important to create a balance with national team football. And all of these factors together is what helped him create and stave off the the Super League threat, and also show through being a professionally run organization that they are the legitimate club competition organizer in Europe. So that was a little bit of background as to how the UEFA Champions League was created. So what are the main features of the UEFA Champions League? Access is via national leagues, which, as you know, he put football first. So the sporting integrity was maintained, despite that pressure from the rich bullies. More clubs in the competition would also please the bigger clubs and broadcasters. The format would also enable it that if you were a strong or rich, larger club with a lot of quality, it was more likely that you would not be knocked out in the early stages of the competition. There was centralization of the commercial rights, so more money to share. And with that, also in creating this, he negotiated with the big clubs that part of the revenues be shaved off and redistributed to the member associations of UEFA for development programs. So he was an excellent negotiator, And he was obviously an excellent professional to manage to push away that threat at the time and show that UEFA was the competent body to organize the European club competitions. A similar expansion strategy was used for the expansion of the European Championship from 8 to 16 teams. And then his successors then did this again through under the leadership of Platini and President Platini and the General Secretary back then, Mr. Gianni Infantino, from 16 to 24. And it was also Aigner that introduced the need to have a LOC to build the political relations with the hosting nation. And of course, one important part in the sort of professionalization of UEFA and the expansion of UEFA was the move of the headquarters from Bern, which is in the middle of Switzerland. It's a small country, but Bern, despite it being the capital city of Switzerland, did not have an international airport, so he knew it was important for expansion to be closer to an international airport. And this also created a little bit more distance between UEFA and Zurich, and FIFA, sorry, who were based in Zurich. So here you can see the head. So they moved in 1995, and actually in 1999 a plot of land was bought, and they built the very nice offices, which we still work in today, and this is the UEFA headquarters. Another important milestone was that with this ever-evolving complex landscape and ecosystem of which European football was and still is today, they recognized the need that with the growing demands and the funds to do a full governance review. And what came out of it, so they commissioned an external consultancy company, Boston Consulting, and the FORCE project was created, which was an acronym for Football Organization Redesign for the Next Century in Europe. And this was a project that ensured UEFA could keep up to speed with the increasingly complex football ecosystem. The key takeaways from the FORCE project was that there was a need to separate the powers. And so Aigner became the appointed chief executive officer, and the president at the time, Leonard Johansson, became a non-executive president, and he created a board of directors. So similar to the story a little bit that we heard from OFC. So it was important to make the organization less political and more professional, and making the organization more of a competition organizer and less of an association of associations. And I just want to give a little bit of credit to Alex Phillips, who uses this case as a case study in the ACE programs. So if you want more information, do not hesitate to go to him or attend one of the ACE programs. So just to summarize the main highlights from Aigner, so he modernized UEFA's headquarters. He created the UEFA Champions League. He navigated the Hazel disaster. With the Hazel disaster in particular, he advocated for regulatory reforms on the stadium security side across Europe. There was the Bosman ruling, which I already mentioned. He transformed UEFA into a purely administrative organization into a dynamic business organization. And he managed to do all of the above by always putting football first. So fast forwarding a few years, how is UEFA building on Gerhard Aigner's legacy? Well, after 33 years, there was a need to revamp again, and for the same reasons, the UEFA club competitions. So the new format was launched this year in the league format. There were certain projects such as the National Team Football Centralization Project and Nations League, which is just, again, a testament to the work that our colleagues are doing to satisfy the demands of our member associations in terms of national team football. UEFA has definitely established itself as a very competent competition organizer with over 3,000 matches per season organized, with 19 different competitions. We've managed to continue to increase the funds. I think the predicted revenues for this year's Champions League is 2.5 billion. So it's quite a dramatic increase. And these funds are, for the Champions League, they're redistributed back to the clubs, but there are also increased amounts that are being funded back to the member associations, leagues, youth teams for development. And then here I've just listed a couple examples of functional areas at UEFA that continue to professionalize, to develop. Again, this is still building on his legacy, the need to have dedicated departments and divisions for specific areas of importance. We have a Stakeholders Affairs and Governance division. We have a dedicated department for relations beyond Europe. We have a financial sustainability and research division, and actually within this division there's the innovation hub. And innovation, as we've heard, is very important today. We have a social and environmental sustainability division, who is actually working very closely with the UN SDGs. We also have a women's football division, and all of these areas used to be very small projects, which today they're now led by directors that sit on the management board. So this goes really in the direction of what Aigner was trying to achieve already back in the 90s. And with whatever UEFA is trying to do and achieve, there's always, we're always striving for quality and professionalism. So I mentioned the UEFA headquarters, which is this square-shaped building here on the Lake Geneva. And in the last 10 years, there have been 2 new buildings, and we've also acquired an extra building, so there's 4 buildings in total. And we also acquired the sports center, and a partnership with the local municipality in Nyon. So we continue to expand. And before I share with you a video which will summarize UEFA's strategic vision for 2024 to 2030, so preparing ourselves for our future selves, one of the key mottos of President Alexander Cheferin is purpose over profit, which I think is another way of saying football first. And he is very, very strong on keeping the unity within the European football community, which was also something which was of great importance for Gerhard Aigner. So I'm going to share with you now the video of which summarizes UEFA's strategic vision until 2030.
Welcome to United for Success, UEFA's strategy for 2024 to 2030. At a critical time for the European game, UEFA's strategy sets out the vision, values, and objectives that will drive our mission for the next 6 years. This will be to empower the game's place in every community across the continent, preserving the integral link between grassroots football and elite competitions. We will focus on 7 key areas to ensure European football is united for success. 1. Be at the core of society. We want to fully unlock football's potential for bringing communities together and driving positive social change through education, the promotion of common values, and the protection of human rights. 2. Ensure opportunities for all, from grassroots to elite. We will work with all stakeholders to ensure everyone in Europe can play the game regardless of gender, race, background, and physical ability. 3. strengthen the game's fundamentals. We uphold the principles of the European sports model, open and sustainable competitions with qualification based on merit and financial solidarity across all levels. 4. Work together to the highest governance standards. We will continue to drive out foul play on and off the pitch, leading football in Europe by preserving integrity, transparency and accountability. 5. Organize world-class competitions. We will continue to innovate and grow the game, delivering the best competitions and generating revenue to be invested back into the game. 6. Maximize the potential of women's football. We will build on the extraordinary progress made by the women's game, enhancing player pathways and creating more opportunities for girls and women on and off the pitch. 7. Pursue culture of sustainability. While reducing football's own impact on the environment, we will use the game's reach and appeal to raise awareness and catalyse action. 7 values will guide everything we do to achieve our strategic priorities. Respect, equality, openness, unity, excellence, integrity, and fairness. The new strategy is founded on the belief that the European football community can deliver far more together than by working alone. In this spirit of cooperation, we can achieve our ambitious targets for 2030. United for success.
So I mentioned one area that UEFA is working on, and I would consider it also as a legacy of Gerhard Aigner, and which is building relations. And building the relations also beyond Europe and supporting also with development programs. Many of you maybe are aware that we used to have a program called UEFA Assist, and we've gone through, we've also decided to review this, and we will be relaunching this program under a new name with a new brand. We will change the name of this program to UEFA Together, which is a more collaborative, more focused approach to football development together, using the cooperation with the individual confederations. So if you have more questions, happy to talk about this during the dinner. And you can also contact my colleague Chris, who is here with me, who most of you know already. So just some closing remarks. Also this year, UEFA celebrated its 70 years since its creation. And Gerhard Aigner very kindly offered to do the voiceover of a video which summarizes all the highlights during these 70 years. And it's quite a moving video, and I'm going to share it with you. I'll leave you with that video. And just with a final comment, all of you are decision makers in football, in your member association, in your regional association, in your confederation. And I'm pretty sure that there are already some legends in the room. And if you think you might not be a legend yet, I'm pretty sure that you are a legend in the making. So I want to thank you all. And I'm going to leave you with the video, which is a 5-minute video. I think you'll be happy that actually I've cut the time down. Please enjoy, and if there are any questions afterwards, I'm very happy to answer them.
I now have pleasure in giving the floor to Gerhard Aigner, General Secretary of UEFA.
Thank you, Mr. President.
What is it about football that we love so much? Why does it sit so close to our hearts? The beautiful game, the most popular sport, its incredible growth over the years. It's a story of devotion. dedication, and dreams. For 70 years, UEFA has worked with the overriding goal of putting football first. It's a shared love, born from a vision to develop unity and solidarity among the European football community. It's a vision that endures. Football brings people together with a universal language of its own, which knows no boundaries. The journey has been unforgettable.
With a sublime step over. It's Messi.
Moments of excellence, of skill,
Look at that from Ricardinho. Oh my goodness me.
of drama, of the unexpected, of sheer genius.
And he's got it, and they've won. And look at the scenes on the ground.
Unique chapters written by heroes and pioneers in European football's packed book of memories. But the lead roles would be nothing without the supporting cast. What would football be without the fans? From where the passion for the game comes, giving their feelings and hearts to football. And where would football be without those who set the stage? The elite game is nothing without strong foundations. And for the last 20 years, UEFA's hat-trick program has given back to the game, driving unprecedented growth across Europe, helping to inspire even more football-loving generations, and setting the standards for national associations to go from strength to strength. Hat-trick's helping hand is matched by its beating social heart, using football's power and popularity as a force for good in society, leading by example,
say no to match fixing,
and creating lasting legacies for the future. UEFA lives and breathes football. The game we all love has naturally moved with the times. But the core mission emphatically remains the same.
Let's play football.
Fostering the well-being of our sport at all levels, from the elite and its stars to the millions who play and revere the game. To our member associations, thank you for being the foundations of European football. To our stakeholders, the clubs, the leagues, the players, the referees, and the technicians, thank you for standing with us along the way. To the devotees who serve the game from top to bottom, we salute you. And to the fans who dance to football's eternal beat, day in, day out, our undying gratitude. For 70 years, UEFA has tended and guided European football.
It is the stuff of legend unfolding in front of us.
A story of success and achievement. A journey of emotions. And how exciting to know that there's still so much more to come.
Thank you very much, Amelie.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you for sharing such valuable insights on transformation at UEFA with us. We would now like to open the floor for questions from the audience. Do we have any question? Okay, we have. We have one over there.
Thank you, Emily, for a presentation, a very good presentation. And it's very interesting. I didn't actually know that the revamp of the Champions League was actually a result of a potential Super League challenge. So I guess life comes back again.
Yeah.
My question, when you look at UEFA going forward, what do you see as the main risk, existential risk or otherwise, facing UEFA? Is it pressure from clubs? Is it pressure from regulatory, legal, European court decisions? Or is it from the agenda itself and the condensed agenda that today is being forced upon clubs and players? What's the main risk that you see for the next 10 years for UEFA as an organization?
Well, thank you for the question. Those are all, I think you listed the three main risks that we are currently facing, and unfortunately the breakaway threat is an existential one. Decisions being made in the European Court of Justice also can contribute also to this as well. So I would probably say that, and the calendar issue, the number of fixtures is also an issue that we need to address with our stakeholders, FIFPro. So I would say these, thank you for answering my question actually, you've listed the three ones. This would be the biggest risk, I would say, yes. Unless somebody wants to add and think we have a larger risk. Razvan's here, who sits on our executive committee as a FIFA council.
Hi, Emily. Not a question, just wanted to say thank you for sharing that tribute to Gerhard Eigner, and for us to understand that there are great case studies of leaders who, this is the first time I'm learning about him, but he seems to have been a values-driven person, and clearly that was enough to then inspire everyone around him. So. I think, at least for me, I just want to say thank you, because that's every now and again, I think all of us need just a reminder, just to stick on that values-driven path. It will pay off. It will pay off. Thank you.
No, thank you so much.
Thank you very much. No, I also was, I didn't know so much about him. I luckily was able to meet him 3 years ago at the Champions League final in Porto. And I got to have lunch with him, and we were actually talking about the Force project and the committee reform, and it was interesting to see how history was repeating itself. But I think that was what's so special about him. He was very humble, he was very low-key, despite an incredibly influential role that he had in an incredibly evolving time during the football landscape in the 90s. So thank you for your comment. Thank you.
Do we have further questions for Emily? Okay, with that we conclude our Q&A session. Emily, please remain on the stage, and we are pleased to invite FIFA Council member Ms. Kanya Kiaomani to the stage for pennant presentation. Emily, please.
Okay, thank you.
Yes. Thank you, Ms. Kanya and Emily. Thank you so much. Thank you, everyone, for your participation and attention today. We've had some really incredible discussions and insights, and we hope you all found them valuable. We will see you tomorrow again at 9:50 a.m. for the final day of the conference. Have a great evening. Thank you.